pleased to introduce this day, this second day of the meetMED week, on concerted actions for promoting energy efficiency in buildings. It will be my pleasure to moderate this morning session and to welcome all the speakers that have joined us online and in presence. Just to remind you that interpretation is available in English and French, so feel free also to speak and intervene in any language you prefer. I will start now and present the program. A first session will introduce project objectives and outputs expected from this day of dialogue and with our guests, Agathe Lacombe, meetMED 2 project manager from ADEME, Alessandro Federici from Enea, Work Package 2 leader, Marie-Pierre Meillan, who is online Work Package 3 leader, and finally Rui Fragoso from ADEN, who will detail the task 2.2. A second session will highlight feedbacks from the European experience with 3 guests, and that I will present and introduce later. And the third session will be a roundtable with several experiences from Tunisia, from the Global ABC, from Euro-Mediterranean programs for supporting local authorities, and I will introduce them later also. So let's start now the first session with Agathe, who will present the project objectives of today. And Agathe, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, people online. I'm waiting for my slides. Yes? Okay. Okay, so I'll just quickly introduce you to the objective of today's session, which is focused on buildings. So, national energy strategies in the different region and countries of meetMED don't have the same targets. But, however, what is similar in the trends of these countries is the building sector accounting for one of the largest energy-consuming sectors, responsible from 20 to 35% of energy consumption in the MED countries. Coupled with the same trends of rapid demographic growth and urbanization, there is an urge to deal with energy efficiency in buildings, especially on the new construction. So the challenge is how to accelerate the implementation of measures and strategies, and to counter. How do I do? To counter the main challenges identified, which are the low enforcement of existing building codes, as well as the lack of harmonization in policy measures and monitoring, plus the lack of decision-making tools and the need to demonstrate the cost efficiency of energy efficiency measures. One of the main activities of meetMED 2 project is to organize concerted actions, such as today, based on the European Union model of concerted action. So concerted actions acts as consultation forums, which aims at bringing together the experts from the different energy building sectors to share information and best practices for improving energy management, energy efficiency, the use of renewable energy, as well as on increasing the resilience and the transition to clean and sober economy. So, based on the model of the EU, what is original for meetMED 2 project is that we want to gather together experts and stakeholders from the North Shore of the Mediterranean, together with the South Shore countries, to share information and best practices, and to build on the successful approaches of others for an effective transposition of both the harmonized regulatory framework and the technicalities in actions in the regions, because partners can learn from each other. So here the concerted action aim at involving national authorities, decision makers, but also experts to provide guidance and guidelines, as well as expertise and technical assistance to the ministries and the professionals implicated in the building sectors, which will be the main topic of the following presentation that my colleagues from the meetMED 2 project will present. notably Rui Fragoso from the Portuguese agency, and Marie-Pierre, which from ADEM, the French agency, who will present the main objectives of the different activities of the work package on buildings from the project. And we also have some keynote presentation from European stakeholders to share experience and virtuous experience from the north to the beneficiary countries today. Thank you for attending this session, and I'll leave the floor to Alessandro to further detail the Work Package 2 activities.
Yes, thank you, Agathe. Don't know if you can see the presentation. Just a quick overview of the Work Package 2 about policies and measures. Okay, thank you. This is the general structure of the Work Package 2. The goal is to strengthen the sharing of experience, good practices, information about policies and measures, in particular about buildings and appliances, and to implement, to develop capacity building programs, and of course through, for example, also the meetMED Weeks event, to disseminate the results of this project. To date, in the time frame of the 4 years of the whole project, we are in the second here, where after a first phase of engagement, now we are going to present and disseminate the results of the technical working groups, with then the final goal to have also an interactive website where all the outputs of the project will be disseminated. More specifically, in the Work Package 2. Sorry. Okay. We have 4 tasks. A first general task where we have an engagement plan. We already delivered an engagement plan, of course, to be continuously updated, enlarged, in order to involve as more stakeholders and experts as possible. And also with the goal to establish a permanent, high-level forum where experts can share their experiences and good practices, such as during these days at the meetMED Week. And then we have also 3, let's say, more technical tasks about buildings, appliances, and monitoring. The 2 concerted actions mentioned before by Agathe, with the goal to identify and adjust 10 different policies in different countries to be shared and replicated also in a different context, with also publications and in buildings and appliances about the issues about buildings and appliances. Last but not the least, also tasks about monitoring, with the goal to set a national monitoring system to identify and to assess impacts of implemented policies, and also to exchange information practices about energy modeling, and also the development and implementation of national energy efficiency action plans. In this view, during the first year of the project, different technical working groups has been set, in particular concerted action on buildings, and today, in particular in the afternoon, results will be presented, and we have working groups about building codes, energy renovation, labeling, and financing. And also for appliances, we have 5 different working groups about standards, surveillance and testing, scrapping campaign, awareness raising, and financing. And also for monitoring, we had already some training session also about energy efficiency indicators, modeling, national energy efficiency action plan, and energy efficiency indicator. So this is a very quick overview about all our technical working groups. And now I guess that Rui and Marie-Pierre will go more in depth about the first one, about building. Thank you very much and enjoy this meetMED week and also this concerted action on building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandro. So Marie-Pierre is online. We will let her the floor now to present the work package 3. No. No. She can share. Asma. Good morning, Marie-Pierre.
Can you hear me?
But she has to speak.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Marie-Pierre Meillan, International Project Officer at ADEM and Work Package 3 Leader from meetMED. I'd like to thank meetMED partners to invite me to this first meetMED week and to join this second day on concerted action on buildings. As it was said several times yesterday, buildings and also this morning, buildings in Mediterranean area is a huge contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. And Work Package 3 aims at promoting energy efficiency measures in buildings while targeting 8 countries, Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Libya, and Morocco. Through capacity buildings, activities and implementation of demonstration projects, it aims at adjusting and spreading energy efficiency tools and methodology among Mediterranean area, promoting provisional certification of sustainable buildings and spreading studies, guidelines, e-learning courses on energy efficiency in buildings. A few challenges need to be tackled to highly promote energy efficiency in Mediterranean area, how to better understand the drivers of energy consumption in buildings, how to develop easily replicable tools and methodology adapted to local context. To solve these challenges, Work Package 3 contributors will conduct 7 demo actions from April 2021 till June 2024, and 4 national agencies, ADEN, CRES, ENEA, ADEM, and RICRI, will lead the implementation of these activities. All demo actions will be implemented in a minimum of 2 countries, and the results of these demo actions will be spread among the region through several knowledge sharing and capacity building activities, and allow to build bankable, easily replicable projects. As main output, Work Package 3 should produce at least 2 publications and 3 online tools. To succeed in implementing the activities, Work Package 3 will require a high stakeholders engagement and a good collaboration with our Work Package. Work Package contributor will also seek synergies with existing projects and programs in the region to allow a high level of tools, guidelines, and trainings dissemination. The joint Euro-Mediterranean webinar, co-organized on 24th of February 2022 by meetMED, Interreg Mediterranean Efficient Buildings, and CCAP for SDG, which gather around 240 experts and city representatives, highlights how synergies with existing projects and programs increase impacts of meetMED activities. On this slide, you can find a global overview of the work package. The 7 demo action will produce 3 online tools, which will contribute to spread energy efficiency through digitalization, a barometer platform for buildings through an adaptation of priority barometer to Algeria and Palestine context, a regional platform for training and self-certification to strengthen the skills of professionals in the building and real estate, a simplified tool for school audits and measures of renovation. Demo Action will also provide technical assistance to develop easily replicable energy efficiency methodologies in piloting new technology for improving energy management and thermal comfort with energy performance contracts, in developing solutions for improving water energy nexus for buildings, and in spreading innovative solutions to improve energy efficiency and thermal comfort in public buildings managed by local authorities. And the work package will produce at least 2 publications, a study on the potential of district cooling in the South Mediterranean countries and a panorama of solutions for energy efficiency in buildings. And 4 capacity buildings activities will contribute to the dissemination of tools and guidelines to develop new training models physically and virtually through webinars for professionals and through the implementation of twinning agreements and study tours for cities officers. And I now end my presentation highlighting some of the first achievements of the work package. Regarding capacity building activities, a narrated training material on energy performance contracts is available online on meetMED website since end of 2021 for dissemination. A first study tour on training on district cooling was organized in Cairo, back-to-back with this meetMED week on 26th and 27th of March. And a joint Euro-Mediterranean webinar was co-organized on 24th of February with Interreg Mediterranean Efficient Buildings and CCAP for SDG, gathering around 240 experts and city representatives, and allowed a high discussion between experts and city representatives on more than 10 tools to promote energy efficiency at local scales. And regarding demo actions, several technical meetings with experts were organized to contribute to the realization of a state of play and needs for assessment. And as next steps, capacity building activities will focus on the implementation of twinning agreements and the organization of study tours and exchange meetings, and the development and dissemination of new online training modules and guidelines, while demo action will finalize the selection of pilot sites to start the implementation of demonstration project. Thank you very much for your attention, and I give the floor back to Alicia.
Thank you very much, Marie-Pierre. Now we will welcome Rui Fragoso from the Portuguese agency, who will detail the task 2.2 on concerted actions on buildings. Rui. So we took some delay in starting, so I will remind you that you have 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning all. I believe you can hear me now.
Perfectly.
Thank you. Let me just put the presentation on. So, good morning all. Good morning to all in Cairo. Good morning to all online. I'm very glad to be here with all of you. Unfortunately, not in Cairo this time, but I hope next time we will be able to join with many colleagues and friends that we have from the current and previous projects. My name is Rui Fragoso. I'm the task leader of the concerted action on buildings on this meetMED project. I have prepared a small presentation that basically details a bit of what was already said by Agate and Alexandro, and I'll go through a couple of slides just to give us a little overview of what will be in detail the task on concerted action of buildings. So this is basically a task within the working package 2. It involves all the target countries, Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Libya, Lebanon, Morocco, Palestine, and Tunisia. And the goal is to support policy decision makers with the view of harmonization and contribution to leveling up the regulation and standards of building sector. It's basically work done around 4 technical groups that also aligns with the other working packages. And at the end, we expect to develop some guidelines and best practices that allow each of these target countries to propose specific policy measures to governments and municipalities on those countries. The structure of this project is very based on the existing structure of the experience coming from the European Union concerted actions. There are currently 3 concerted actions on buildings, on renewables and energy efficiency. I'm very glad that today we will have the concerted action on buildings coordinator speaking with us in a couple of minutes, providing us more detail of the impact of this project at the EU level. And that's basically the expertise that we want to bring here, actually to implement a task, a concerted action, where the share of information and experience from all the countries and the dialogue between those countries could be the basis for discussion and to allow us to progress in many areas. For this, we have tried to set up a team, a coordination team and experts that have expertise. Expertise on one side on the leading team with my colleague Claudia and Ana Maria Salama from ADEN and ENEA respectively, which are engaged in the CA EPBD and the CA EED, and they will be responsible for the 4 working groups that we have set up, but also the expertise, the concrete expertise from experts from the 8 target countries. We have already registered 23 experts from 5 countries. They have registered themselves through the different working groups, and as you can see, we are starting to build and have already built a good and sound, robust team that are currently working on topics that are also being evaluated. In terms of methodology and action plan, this is also very much in line what happens in the concerted actions. We basically have some preparatory work. We go into plenary or working group sessions, into discussions, then we do the reporting, and then we go around into preparatory work, and we go through this workflow until we come up at the end with guidelines and best practices that can be used. We also have different tools that we can use, from best practices, questions and surveys, studies or interviews, or even invitation to external speakers, the setup of additional topics or working groups, or webinars and meetings like the ones we are having today in the afternoon, which is basically using this meetMED week session. In terms of deliverables and indicators, there are 2 specific deliverables, which are the whole task force notice, basically the whole reporting we have from the sessions and from the meetings. So basically summarizing everything that we learn from the sessions. And at the end, we will have some guidelines and best practices. So the idea is to draft guidelines on each of the energy efficiency, on the working groups on one side, based on the work done at those working groups, and at the end allow also to review and contribute to those, to the final guidelines, which will be a document embedding all the findings from this task tool. The main idea to come up with relevant policies and measures. At the end, we'll have indicators. We will have to, in all the 8 countries, proposed a total number of 10 policies, concrete policies proposed for implementation that experts can provide to their ministries, governments, providing guidelines on what can be done and improved on each of those countries in every specific area that we have seen on the working groups. Coming at the end, what have we achieved so far? Well, we start building most of these on the first meeting we had in November 21, with some introduction work to this work package, activities and outcomes, also the identification of experts from each target. We also had the chance to map the topics that each expert considers the most relevant to be discussed, also based on their own specific conditions and perspectives. The next steps, we will have to finalize quickly the list of experts. We still have 3 countries remaining, and start further mapping on legislation, regulations, standards, practices within the 4 working groups. So the idea is to quickly come up with the specific needs from each target country and start mapping and building on what will be the discussion throughout the whole project, and which policies and which proposals we will come up at the end, deriving from the guidelines that I have just presented. So looking very forward for the whole project, and specifically for the afternoon sessions, where we'll have the chance once again to look at best practices that are being done at the whole level from the whole countries, and start sharing and discussing some of the topics with the view also of the next meeting. So thank you very much. Looking forward for the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Uri, for introducing the task. And now I'm quite happy to introduce the next speakers, who will present the the European policy and the Energy Performance and Building Directive and the Renovation Wave. So I introduce Annette Persson. Annette Persson is a policy officer at the European Commission in the unit of energy efficiency in buildings and products. She coordinates the unit's work on the EPBD concerted action and the implementation of the Renovation Wave. Annette holds a Master of Science degree from the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, and has previously worked at the Swedish Energy Agency and the Swedish Ministry for Energy and the Environment. She will present now the Renovation Wave and the EPBD concerted action.
Many thanks for this introduction, and hello colleagues in Cairo and online. I'm very happy to be here with you today to give you a background to the European building policies related to energy efficiency. I hope that you can see my screen and hear me well. So, as I said, I would like to give you the background with the Renovation Wave, which is an important part of the European Green Deal. And it's really about kickstarting a European renovation wave, and also to make the European Union a leader in the circular economy. But as you are well aware, with the recent events, with the war in Ukraine, with the high energy prices also before, the scene has changed dramatically in recent times, and I would just like to point also to a few of the recent communications from the Commission. So on the 8th of March, there was the communication on Repower EU, with a joint European action for more affordable, secure and sustainable energy. And this is really about short-term measures for EU gas stocks for next winter to diversify.
Sorry, Annette. Do you share your screen?
Yes, you can't see?
No, we don't see your screen.
Okay, then I will try to share it again. So can you see it now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
And then I will also do it in slideshow mode. So, is it good?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then it's also about diversify gas supplies and also to accelerate the European Green Deal. So there might also be a discussion on raising the current targets. And also following this, on the 22nd of March, there was a follow-up communication, which was also more focused on security of supply and affordable energy prices. Also making reference to the energy prices toolbox, which is there since October last year, but also to look at the structural solutions in mid-term and long-term with more renewable energy and energy efficiency measures, not the least in buildings. There's also the idea of perhaps putting forward an EU's energy savings plan. And also in May, there will be the Repower EU plan, which will sort of build on upon the structure from the recovery plan. So this is something that which is being prepared right now. And of course, all these actions that were already announced in the Green Deal and in the renovation wave, especially for the renovation of existing buildings, for the phasing out of fossil fuels in buildings, of course, these actions are now even more important. And the renovation wave strategy lays the foundation. With the renovation wave strategy, there are 23 actions that come along it, and the aim of these actions as a whole is to double renovation rates until 2030, and also to make sure that renovations lead to higher energy and resource efficiency. And as you are probably aware, in Europe, the building sector is one of the largest energy consumers and also responsible for more than 1/3 of the energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. And only about 1% of buildings undergo energy-efficient renovations every year. And roughly 3/4 of the existing building stock is energy efficient. And a lot of the buildings we have today will still be there in 2050. So the aim of the renovation wave is then to trigger renovations, to ensure that, to target that 35 million buildings could be renovated until 2030, and also to create new jobs in the construction sector. And of course, decarbonization of heating and cooling is very important also for reducing the gas dependence. It's also very important to tackle energy poverty and worse performing buildings. And the renovation wave puts a special focus on public buildings such as schools and hospitals and social infrastructure. And accompanied with the renovation wave, there are also financing tools. And one of the most important financing tools has been the resilience and recovery plans with the specific Renovate flagships, where all member states have made their own plans for renovations. And one of the 23 actions announced in the renovation wave communication was the proposal for a new recast of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. And this was adopted on the 15th of December last year, and it is now being discussed in Council and in Parliament, and hopefully, well, within a year, we will have an adopted final text for this. And one of the key measures in this new proposal is the introduction of minimum energy performance standards for existing buildings on an EU level, which means that the worst performing buildings across the EU would have to be renovated. And the proposal also contains updated rules for the energy performance certificates to make them a better information tool and also to ensure that they are of better quality. And as I also mentioned before, funding is of course crucial for making this happening, and in the revision, the proposal for a revision of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, there is also a standard for deep renovation to make it easier for investors and building owners to target really a deep renovation, but also using building renovation passports to set out the steps for a staged deep renovation made in several steps. And in addition to energy performance of buildings, of course, the use of renewable energy in buildings and also buildings being used for producing renewable energy is, of course, really important. And the neighborhood approaches for local energy communities is key to this. And I would also like to mention that within the renovation wave, there's also the Affordable Housing Initiative, which has been launched recently. And there's also the new European Bauhaus which is an interdisciplinary project which looks at both energy performance, but also style and sustainability. And this is really an approach which is targeted to architects, artists, scientists, engineers, really cross-sectoral. And there was a communication in September last year, and now with the new proposals for the Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, there are also funding possibilities for projects within the new European Bauhaus to have sort of the global view on these important aspects, and also including the aesthetic vision. So this was all from my side. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this important insights on the EU strategy. Now I will introduce Jens Lausten. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce it correctly. Jens Lausten is a Danish architect with a long experience in energy performance in buildings and energy efficiency in general. Currently, he works as the chief consultant for the Danish Energy Agency, which is a part of the Ministry of Climate and Environment in Denmark. For more than 3 decades, he has worked with energy performance of buildings and with design of policies to improve energy efficiency. And this includes working for the IEA, for example, the International Energy Agency in Paris, different international organizations. And he will now introduce he's the coordinator of the concerted action in France, in Europe for the Energy Performance in Building Directive. Jens, the floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you here from Denmark, where you can see that we have a lot of sun, so we're not envying you. I'm trying to share my screen. Should be here. Hope this is coming up now.
Yes.
I am, as mentioned, the coordinator of the Concerted Action EPBD, which is supporting implementation of energy performance in all EU member states, but also in Norway and the UK. The special thing, I think, with buildings, just to touch on this point, is there are very many stakeholders. There are many people who act in buildings. It's hundreds of millions all over Europe. So it's very difficult, to change the behavior of so many people. So therefore, a lot of things is done through mandatory measures. These are set in the EU directive, which Annette was talking a bit about. But often the details are left to the individual countries because, of course, there is a big difference from the south to the north or the east to the west. And therefore, many things are set finally in the stage. The first directive was from 2002. It was updated 2010 and 2018. And now it's getting updated again, as mentioned by Annette. The concerted action have followed these directives all the way since the first one in 2002. And every time we work with nearly zero energy buildings, building codes, we work with cost optimality, we work with EPCs, we work with all the paragraphs. This was the older revision, and again, we have a newer revision from 2018, which includes a lot of new things like electromobility, long-term renovation strategies, smart buildings, smart finance, fuel poverty, one-stop shop, and many, many other things. The Concerted Action 5, which is the project which is running now, started in 2018 and will end later this year in October. It followed 3 previous concerted actions, all the way since 2004 at least. and it builds now on the recast directive and the amending directive from 2018. The idea of the concerted action is really to support the implementation, and key point for this is the share of experience between all countries. You can say we have 29 countries, they're trying different things. Some make one mistake, other make other mistakes, and somebody gets it right. So we try in this project to find out how can we learn from each other, how can we share the good experience, how can we learn from mistakes so we don't have to compete them all, everyone. And we have confidentiality, otherwise we can't get people to say, oh, our country is not doing very well here, we would like to have your help, how can we improve this? It's a lot about lessons learned, best practices, and in a good environment where, as Rui mentioned, we meet people from every country. They discuss for 2-3 days, and then we go back and we try to implement what we have learned. Just to say a little about the complexity in this project, we have different teams. It's like the working groups Rui mentioned. It's new NCEPS buildings, so very low energy consumption. It's building codes, it's existing buildings, it's the renovation strategies, it's EPCs and training, it's smart buildings. So this is blocks of the directive where some different people are working in each block of these. But we also have some cross-cutting where we look at technical elements that could be standards. We look at finance, because without finance, none of these things are happening. Or we look at impact and capacity. On top of this, we have our different tasks helping all these questionnaires and lots of other things. We have communication. A very central thing in what we are doing is the plenary meetings. We have 150 experts meeting in physical plenary meetings. 3 is sent by every government, so we have people from the ministries, from agencies, or from the research environment. And when we did virtual meetings lately, we had almost twice as many people. They are a very powerful audience, as I used to say, because they represent hundreds of years of experiences and making mistakes, as well as finding out what works for different groups of people, different types of buildings. And they all have access to implementation. So when a good idea is shared in this group, it might go straight back and become implemented in many different countries, and maybe in a slightly new version, or maybe in a smaller version, and all of this is so embedded in the process that you can't really say what would have been there if we had not had all these discussions. I'm sure the countries would have opposed against many things because they say it's too complicated to implement. But if Denmark can learn from Germany, or Belgium can learn from Netherlands, then maybe it's easier to do it. We do these meetings every 7-8 months. We select very carefully the topics, and as you can see, these meetings are very dynamic. You put up things on stickers, you print out things, you put a small marker, or you put post-it notes, so that you can really share and say, what do you think of? What is the key problem here? What is the best solution? Many lessons have been learned, and this is important on how to do things, and that could be calculations, templates for EPCs, procedures, compliance, training, information, but also on how not to do it. So what went wrong and how can you fix it? And how can you ask other countries, what did you do to fix this problem? And I think that's our key thing to do, which is very different from other countries. For you, I would highlight that we have something called central team reports. So each of the teams I presented before, they do a report, for instance, on existing buildings or another example could be technical issues. And then in this, you can read a little about what was learned, what were the lessons. And we have done 9 different reports, and we have a new version of all of these reports under preparation. We also have a lot of specific country material, and you can go there and you can learn what happened in Germany, what happened in Netherlands, what happened in Italy or in Portugal, if we mention Rui's home country. And each of them are making a structured report that you can read, and you can read about all the different elements of the EPBD and what have the country done to implement every paragraph in the directive, more or less. There are 34 reports from 20 country reports, and then 2 countries they work with regional reports in Belgium and in the UK. I think you can really be inspired by these reports, and many times there are a lot of links, as you can see in the second report on the screen with all the blue, that would give you a link to different pages. We put this into a database, and we have the reports in PDF, but you can also go in and see small bites of this. You can find it on our website. And this could give you an overview for one full country. You could pick the Austrian report, as we saw before. You can see all the chapters or parts of them. Or you can go in differently, and you can go into a section of the reports, and you can compare it for all the different member states. So again, you can see the variation over Europe, and you can maybe put that together with what was said in the directive. So this is a major source of information, and I would recommend you to go there and check this. I think that's what I had the time to present, but concluding that, I think the implementation would have been looking very different if we had not had this project for the last nearly 20 years, because it have helped countries to develop common methodologies, common approaches, learning from each other, and slowly kind of harmonizing different things so that countries do it more and less in the same way, which is helping Annette and her colleagues when you want to make new versions of the directive. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jens, for these insights that seems very fruitful and inspiring for us. Indeed, concerted actions, and even if we don't have a Mediterranean directive on energy performance, we are looking forward to have one. And I really guess this gives us lots of inspiration. We understand the process and the confidentiality issues that we could meet also, and the progress, the different progress of each country, and it's very, very inspiring. Thank you again.
And we.
Sorry, you have a question? No.
Okay. I would just highlight that we would be happy to work with you. You have Rui from our team in your group, but we can also discuss if we, in other ways, can exchange information and knowledge from our project. So I would just highlight.
Thank you very much for this suggestion. I think we will take it. Indeed, now we stay in Europe because Rui will present us a study that has been done by the ENR network, which is a kind of network of energy agency in Europe. And he is currently the head of the project department and the chair of this building working group of the Energy and Agency Network. So he will present the results of one study that has been released in 2021 under French presidency, ADEME presidency. Yes. Perfect, we see your screen.
Okay, I believe now you can hear me. So good morning again. Great to have that presentation from Annette with the EU framework and current policies, and now with Jens, that inspired presentation on a concerted action, which we will try to take out the best for our meetMED project. A brief overview on the role of the ENR agencies on implementing the renovation wave. The European Energy Network is a network that was established in the 90s. It gathers 24 national energy agencies with a focus on promotion on energy efficiency and renewables. It usually has a plus, which has the current presidency, the former, and the future presidency engaged within the support of the president, which at the moment is the Portuguese Energy Agency, the ENR presidency. Current presidency will focus on 5 thematic areas on energy poverty, energy communities, water, energy and nexus, cooperation and green jobs. And all of this work in great part will be dealt with the support of working groups dedicated to 4 topics: industry and enterprises, behavior change, buildings, energy efficiency, labeling and eco-design, monitoring tools, renewable energy, and transport. Specifically on buildings, which I'm responsible for, it was very glad for the whole buildings working group to support ADEME's, the French presidency agency, developing a study which focused on what are agencies doing and how they align themselves with the renovation wave. We have already heard from renovation wave from Annette. So basically highlighting here that this is relevant for the EU context in terms of energy reduction and also to renovate those 35 million inefficient buildings that Annette mentioned. And those priorities will be the energy poverty in the worst performing buildings, public buildings, and also the decarbonization of heating and cooling. Going directly into the study itself, it was a study done very recently. The link is here and it's available at ADEME's website. Basically focusing on the outcomes. The outcomes were 8 types of intervention and support that were identified, which agencies are involved, 4 cross-cutting subjects, and 4 recommendations from the network itself. In terms of intervention, agencies are very much engaged in information and awareness programs and labels. These are supporting national and local authorities with many topics in many of the areas where agencies are working. Monitoring tools. Most of these agencies are also gathering data that supports most of the policies that are being drawn at national and local level, and they also provide technical and financial assistance, not only for residential, but also for public-owned and commercial buildings, which allows very direct contact with many of the stakeholders involved in the renovation process of buildings. Networking activities, capacity building and qualification of actors, very relevant, and also the contribution to research and innovation. Many agencies are involved in many projects, like the meetMED one we are having today, and those 8 topics were the key topics of areas where agencies are involved and supporting the renovation wave. The 4 cross-cutting topics that were identified were the one-stop shops. They keep popping up as a relevant tool to support renovation. Also the combating of the energy poverty, the support of the self-renovation practices. It's a practice that some members are engaged, and also recovery plans. Most of the recovery plans that member states are now implementing are also dedicated to renovation of buildings, and this is very relevant. Finally, the recommendations that came out were actually to support even further the development of one-stop shops, the importance of mechanisms dedicated to energy renovation of buildings, specifically financial mechanisms, the role of self-renovation, like I mentioned, in order to massify energy renovation, foster capacity building and qualification for the professionals, a very concrete topic on the circular and low carbon solutions for building renovation as something that is building more and more with time. Like Annette also mentioned, the area-based approaches, the neighborhood, the integration, the collective approach is very much relevant, and digital tools. These play a critical role in many of the areas where agencies are involved, and also within the whole renovation wave. And that's my presentation. I invite you all to go into the ENR network website, download this report, and learn a bit more of what agencies are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rui. Now we will have maybe a few minutes Q&R. If you have any question or remarks from what you have seen on the experience of Europe on concerted actions. No questions? Okay, so let's continue then. Are there any questions on online? Or remarks? No? Okay. So let's continue now with our third session to be more on the achievements and on the success of several projects and programs. We will be focusing on the dialogue needed to implement strategies and policies on building sector, and indeed we will have several highlights. And the main issue is, of course, to accelerate efficiency measures in buildings. In Tunisia, in June 2019, there were a first meeting of the REN network organized during the first one of the meetMED, and the recommendations were drawn in the report, which was released within the meetMED and is published on the website. And unless the pandemic and several crises that were reminded this morning by Annette and Rui on not only on energy supply, but also climate change issues, the progress remains very slow in the countries. It's very important to update the commitments and to maybe raise the ambitions. Some achievements have been done so far, and now we shall discuss these solutions, these messages to address also in perspective of the COP27, the messages to address to decision makers to accelerate the energy efficiency measures in buildings. I mean, we are all in the decade for action, and we know that building sector is quite a big, important issue. So in order to align the sector with the Paris Agreement, lots of challenges have been underlined so far, but the progress remains slow. And this call for action obliges us. So we now will really focus on solutions with our next speakers. Mr. Chiello, Dario Chiello, you are in charge of a technical assistance program in Algeria, especially. Could you tell us what are the main challenges for enforcing regulation and set a national dialogue for promoting green and efficient building construction? What are the main achievements so far? We lost the Zoom. Okay, just a second. Then I will present Dario, even if I'm not sure I need to present him. Everybody knows Dario Chiello, but he's a senior expert with 40 years of experience in the field of energy, 26 years of institutional experience working for ministries, government agencies, and international organizations. He's now the team leader of the Takana Difa project, supporting Algerian government. He was also the head of ENEA, European Union and International Organization Office in Brussels.
Just take a second, as you're lost to that. So 2 minutes, please, until we get in the connection with you.
2 minutes break.
1 minute. Just a second. Just don't yet.
I shouldn't speak
yes.
during 5 minutes. For 2 minutes.
For 30 seconds. Just to define that we have lost the connection.
Okay.
And we will go back to the connection. So
Okay, I am informed that we have lost connection with the Zoom, so we are trying to get it back. So let's wait 1 or 2 minutes. for solving this technical issue. This is the challenge for a hybrid event. We have to pay attention also to online assistance and attendance. They are back. Perfect. So, Dario, la parole est à vous.
Écoutez, je vous écoute, j'entends tout et je vois tout. Donc le problème...
On vous entend maintenant. Et on va vous voir dans quelques secondes. C'est bon, on vous voit également. Du coup, donc, le programme d'assistance technique Takana Difa en Algérie, quelles sont les principales leçons apprises pour créer un dialogue et établir un dialogue entre toutes les parties prenantes pour actualiser les régulations, les réglementations, et en particulier la réglementation thermique en Algérie. On attend votre expérience. Vous nous entendez, c'est bon ?
Alors,
parfait. La parole est à vous.
Écoutez, j'ai un problème, j'entends soit l'arabe, soit l'anglais.
Alors ça, c'est la question de l'interprétariat.
C'est impossible de m'en passer de l'arabe et de l'anglais. J'entends de la dame qui parle arabe et la dame qui parle anglais qui se surposent ensemble.
He's listening both Arabic and French.
Et il continue comme ça, c'est très compliqué. C'est très compliqué. Est-ce que je peux parler sans que les interprètes se supposent, s'il vous plaît? Non, pas possible. La dame qui continue à parler arabe à côté de moi.
Je pense que l'interprétariat doit être sur le original. Sans interprétariat pour vous.
Pour moi, ça va très bien.
Et nous, on vous entend bien aussi, on vous écoute.
Alors, est-ce que je peux continuer?
Tout à fait.
Alors, j'essaie de continuer. Alors, j'ai envoyé une contribution écrite aux organisateurs, donc je vais pas... Non, écoutez, il y a un problème ici. Je n'arrive pas à parler parce que la dame qui parle arabe se suppose à tout le volume sur ce que je viens de dire. C'est impossible.
Il faut retirer en fait l'interprétariat de votre côté. Il faut mettre en langage original. Vous n'entendrez plus l'interprétariat en principe.
Je t'entends très bien. Je t'entends très bien. Voilà, le problème, c'est l'arabe.
C'est toujours l'arabe. Alors dans ce cas-là, il faut éteindre enfin, il faut mettre en langue originale, sans interprétariat. Voilà. Original.
Recording in progress.
Je pense que c'est le bouton à côté, si je peux me permettre. Interprétation. Langage original. Enfin, langue originale. J'ai pas vu. C'est la interprétation sur le petit, enfin sur la barre de d'information, d'instruction. On- I know. I'm trying to explain him. Est-ce que vous y arrivez? Il faut pas mettre d'interprétariat en fait pour vous. Et en principe, vous n'entendrez pas la langue arabe. Vous ne serez pas sur le canal de diffusion arabe.
Est-ce que je peux continuer?
Oui, tout à fait, on vous entend bien.
Bon, alors, je n'arrivais pas à les voir. Donc, je vous disais que j'ai envoyé une petite contribution écrite et j'espère que vous puissiez regarder là. Concernant la question des défis, bon, le défi le plus important, alors, le défi le plus important en Algérie a été de convaincre les administrations centrales de l'État de bien faire. Non, Alice, è impossibile continuare. La dame qui parle arabe, elle parle trop fort et
Alors, il faut essayer de se déconnecter et de se reconnecter.
je n'arrive pas à...
Essayez de vous déconnecter et reconnecter. Et on va aller en Tunisie quelques minutes, le temps de régler cette question. Donc, Rim Nafti, je vais introduire rapidement. Donc, elle coordonne le programme PIB en Tunisie, donc le programme pour l'efficacité énergétique dans les bâtiments. Et voilà, donc ingénieur de formation qui a plus de 10 ans d'expérience dans la coopération internationale, à la fois l'Union européenne ou la coopération allemande dans les domaines de l'énergie, de l'environnement et du changement climatique, va nous présenter donc les principaux enjeux du programme PIB et les achievements.
Thank you so much, Alicia, for the introduction. And please. Yeah. I would like also to thank you, all the organizers, such as Ricri and Medenair, for the invitation. And now I will present you our program, that named Program for Energy Efficiency in Building for Transforming the Building Sector. So I have to go like this. So our program, a program for energy efficiency in building, it's an international initiative that with objective together for an efficient, resilient, and a low emission building sector. So that we develop a tool, we identify needs and opportunities in the national country that we intervene. So just I will the PIB. Our program is initiated by two governments of France and Germany by COP22 in the context of the global ABC, and the implementation is a French Agency of Development, the German Corporation, and the Environment Development Agency of France, ADIM. It's like that. For energy transition and conservation. Yeah. Okay, there's no problem. Yeah. So our services, PIB combines advisory services, technical assistance, and financing for energy efficiency in large-scale projects. So we intervene like advisory for partners country to improve their policies and standards, and also regulation. They assist them for all regulation and standards for sustainable building, expertise among professionals in private and public sector, and finally in finance to mobilize innovative financing solution for large-scale project. So the PIPSI criteria is 2 years in France, and after that moved 2 years in Germany, and we intervene in 5 countries, so Morocco, Senegal, Tunisia, Vietnam, and Mexico. We're sharing also our knowledge and international partnership. Knowledge we share in green buildings, criteria, business model, and monitoring and verification system. Our events, we are present in the COPs and ICCA, and cooperation with NDC Partnership and UNFCCC. So maybe I will let you in a little overview from the field activities in our country, in Tunisia. I will briefly introduce the building and the construction sector accounts for 35% of final global energy consumption and adopt about 1,400 CO2 related to energy in Tunis. So that's why we need a clear strategy to implement some activities. Our objective in Tunisia is to improve conditions for the implementation of major projects, increase the energy efficiency and building, and our components in the projects are policy advisory, human capacity buildings, financing, and knowledge management and dissemination. Here there is a big achievement result. We make a mapping of a building sector in Tunisia, and now we have a mapping for all the building sector. We work that with UNESCO and KAV as a bank. We designed a financing energy efficiency project that we made 3 training sessions for policymakers and professionals. And we designed a curricula of thermal regulation and of new building that named RTBN in Tunis for the benefit of municipal field control agent, expert, and technical control officer, such as also engineer and architect. And we designed a manual of best practices for design and renovation of building in the health sector. And we make also 3 training awareness raising sessions for using the best practice guide. So until now, for this year, we account to make a diagnosis of energy performance in buildings, and we account to do a labeling for our buildings, essentially for rent or for selling. And we design a new tool of calculating the category of the APCs of our buildings. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rim, for these insights in Tunisia. In fact, I see lots of achievements, and it's a very good thing to share also with the other countries what were the key achievements. Now I would like to introduce Nora Steurer, who is the Program Management Officer at the Global Alliance for Building and Construction. So Nora is she works in the cities unit with the Global ABC and focuses on questions of climate change, energy, and resource efficiency as applied to buildings and constructions. She's particularly interested in policy frameworks and economic and behavioral incentives conducive to energy and resource efficient cities and buildings. She will present indeed the Global ABC Secretariat hosted by the UNEP with 204 members and 34 countries involved. So this international initiative is the leading global platform for governments. Could you present this initiative to us and show how the Global ABC contributes to the mobilization of the stakeholders for massifying energy efficiency measures in buildings? What are the key achievements so far?
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me all right. It's my pleasure and honor to be with you, not in person, even though that would have been lovely, but at least virtually. As was mentioned, I'm Nora Steurer, and I work with the Global ABC, the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction. Indeed, we do work closely both with the PEEP, and thank you to our previous presenter also, and also with ADEM, who is one of our members. ADEM also was instrumental in organizing and co-hosting together with the government of France our quite recent 2022 assembly in Nice in France. So warm thanks for that once again. Okay, I will speak without slides. I hope you will indulge me. We were founded, the Global ABC was founded at COP21 in France at the initiative of the French government. We were founded with the objective of putting buildings on the map when it comes to climate action, because rather surprisingly, when you think about it, and we've heard a lot of very impressive figures today, the buildings and construction sector did, until recently, maybe still a little bit, but it has gotten much better, fly a little under the radar when it comes to climate action, even though the contribution to emissions and the contribution to energy is staggering. And not only that, we are also, of course, looking at a massive increase in floor area, a massive increase in global construction. From now until 2050, floor area will double or even more, and especially so in rapidly expanding urban areas in the Asian and the African region, right? So we really need to act very rapidly. When we started, we were 79 members from all around the globe, and the special thing about the Global ABC is we consider ourselves a network of networks, and we really do have all the stakeholders. One of the previous speakers said this very well. What characterizes the buildings and construction sector is the massive number of stakeholders. There are just so many. It does set us apart from other sectors. It's very hard to know where to start, or to make sure that everybody is aware of what is needed from them and that they also do it. So this is one of the jobs of the Global ABC, one of the missions, if you will. What sets us apart also is that next to private sector, civil society, local governments, and research, we also have countries. So I said we started with 79 members. We are now actually a little more than what was just said in the introduction. That's no fault of yours at all. That is just a recent growth. We are now 215 members. So I think this is also an expression of the need of having a platform for everyone, where everyone comes together. Roughly speaking, we have three objectives. One is to be a global advocate, to really put the sector on the spot, say, look, it is incredibly important to act because the impact of the sector is so large, but also to show that this is an opportunity. Two, to track progress and to set targets together with everyone, with all our stakeholders. And for that, we have our annual Global Status Report for Buildings and Construction, which you may have come across. We're doing this in collaboration with many of you, and also with the IEA. And last, but certainly not least, the help supporting countries in setting targets based on their priorities. And I've heard here very impressive also today that many of you are engaged in similar efforts. This is really great. For us, of course, the COP is always particularly important. We had a great presence also at COP26 with the Cities, Regions and Built Environment Day. First time since COP21. Since that happened, we also had a Pavilion Day. You may have come across it. And we do hope that we are able to once again have a strong presence for the building sector with all of you at COP27. Of course, this is always up to the hosts as well. I do want to talk a little bit, let me maybe just revisit some of the facts and figures, and I will not go into the emissions and energy profile because we have heard this already, and I'm sure you're all well aware. I want to mention two things. One is in our last Buildings GSR, the Global Status Report for Buildings and Construction, we compared the years 2015 and 2020 in some key metrics to see, have we seen any progress at all? And the answer is very clearly, absolutely yes, we have seen progress on a global scale. So let us not forget that. The need for action, much faster action is absolutely there, but we have seen progress. I think it's important as well. Otherwise, it can be very easy to become pessimistic. So, example, for NDCs, nationally determined contributions, the building energy efficiency in buildings is now the second most mentioned measure overall after renewable energy. So there's, I think this shows that countries are well aware of the potential of this sector, also for employment and so on. We have seen an increase of mentioning buildings in NDCs of 55% since 2015. 55%, I think that is a lot. We've seen an increase of building energy codes of 30%. We have seen a decrease of energy intensity, and we've seen an increase in floor areas. So this shows that a certain decoupling is possible. Now, the problem that we're facing, of course, is that this is all not going fast enough given the massive amount of construction that we're facing. And we have developed a so-called Global Building Climate Tracker, which combines 7 indicators, things like renewable energy in buildings, energy efficiency in buildings, building codes, NDCs, the things I just mentioned, combines it into one single indicator. What we see, interestingly, in 2021, which looks at 2020 as the year of analysis, is that, well, if we just ignored the situation we have been in, still are in some way, which is COVID-19, it looks actually as though we were on track towards full decarbonization by 2050 for the building sector. Now, wouldn't that be great? But if you calculate the COVID-19 effects out, meaning that construction project had to be stalled or postponed, and that economies were on standstill or partial standstill, we are actually far away from that goal. So again, we have seen progress, but the progress needs to be much, much faster. Building codes, I think it's fantastic to hear that so many of you are engaged in working with countries from the region here, from the MENA region, on building codes, either on developing or updating them, or also on the issue of enforcement, which I understand is a challenge in the region. But you know, it's great to see that there are building codes also, because again, when we look at the global level, how many countries in percent, and I actually would have loved to poll you on this, because I would love to see what you think, but I don't think we have time. So, but you know, how many countries in percent do you think have mandatory building energy codes in place globally? It's 22%, 22%. And if you look at Africa, so indulge me, I will speak about Africa, not MENA specifically, it's 9%. So, you know, there really is a big, big gap here. And this is just speaking about whether these are in place. It's not even looking at enforcement. So what do we need? We need all hands together. And for that, we need national governments to set some of these frameworks, codes, other key regulatory measures, NDCs, and so on, to guide other stakeholders. What is the framework within which we move? We need clear targets. And for instance, under the Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action, which you may be familiar with, founded at COP22 in Marrakesh, hence the name, we have co-led the Human Settlements Target, which is halving building sector emissions by 2030 and full decarbonization along the life cycle by 2050. And this brings me to the other point. We need all hands on deck, and we need all hands on deck for a life cycle perspective. So energy and energy efficiency is extremely important. And again, I think it's very heartening to see what you are all doing on this. But of course, we do need to consider materials as well. And the issue with materials is, of course, that embodied carbon and the materials of choice, this is determined at the very start of the construction, at the very start of the value chain, of the supply chain, right? So you need to get it right at the start, and otherwise it's very, very difficult to address or change. So this is really, really important to also have this life cycle perspective in place. And last, let me circle back to COP. I think these targets we need. It is time for action. We need to go beyond commitments. That is clear. And once again, we see that also here. But we do also need a clear signal from countries. And the reason I'm saying this is, like, you may be familiar with the Glasgow breakthroughs with at COP26, which had a couple of sectors, among them steel and cement, for example, but also renewables, which is good, which basically bring together countries on key actions around those. And we would advocate and say we urgently need that for buildings as well, knowing that it is a complex sector, it's a systemic sector, so we need a systemic target. That is not an easy feat at all, but I think we need that to have all hands on deck, and so that everybody has a clear understanding of what exactly is needed. I hope that gave you some insights into what we're doing and what, from our perspective and from our members' perspective, is needed. And I'd be happy to stay around for some questions. And with that, I will hand it back over to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora. for giving such insights and call us for acting and urgent commitment of the national governments. Indeed, it's national governments, but also local authorities, and who has to act and take action. So now we are. I am introducing Naguib Amin, that was present yesterday also. He's an internationally recognized development expert with more than 35 years of experience, and he's currently the team leader of the EU-funded project meetMED and Cities for Climate. And so Naguib, you found meetMED aiming at strengthening and supporting local authorities in taking action. Yesterday you were saying about finance challenges, and now could you insist on what role could local authorities play for efficient and resilient buildings? Could you turn on your camera, please? Yes. Perfect. The floor is yours. Your mic is...
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you again for inviting me to this very, very rich gathering and very informative and productive action there. Indeed, if we are to work on buildings per se, of course, one has to assure that there is a national strategies. As Mr. Chalo has said, the most important thing is to convince national authorities to take, to put down the framework of actions at national levels. But, and definitely through our experience working with about 100 cities in preparing sustainable energy action plans, the most important and the most demonstrative activity, and actually the easiest one that they would do as a local authority, is to change the buildings, both codes, and also to take physical design and refurbishing actions on the municipal buildings. In this case, in some countries, the municipal buildings the municipally managed buildings are very extended. They can include schools, prayer areas, and of course other public sectors buildings. But also at the level of municipalities, local authorities, and regional authorities, of course, usually following the directive of the national authorities, they can at least implement, enhance, and facilitate both the changes, the building refurbishing and adaptation of existing, and for newly to be built, both housing and industry and etc. constructions. To sum it up, in fact, the importance here is to allow, through the plannings of at local levels, the inclusion, both practically and legally, and also to facilitate the finance of actions on buildings. If we do that through the legal and planning frameworks, we can enhance very rapidly the whole application in these terms. Of course, again, the financing system of refurbishing, of building adaptation is very important. Again, once the national level are agreeing, and at the local level, we can mainstream downwards towards a larger and more systematic application of these norms. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naguib. Indeed, local authorities play a crucial role in public buildings, but also in planning and enforcing the regulation, the national regulation. And it's very, very important to underline that. And the link also with the energy efficient and climate issues. Indeed, I will come back to Dario, who is back with us, pour nous présenter l'expérience en Algérie.
Oui, merci Alicia. Maintenant, ça va très très bien. J'ai résolu le problème de l'interprétariat.
Parfait.
C'était ma faute. Non, je vous remercie pour votre patience. L'Algérie, bon, on a fait un grand travail et qui a consisté d'abord à comprendre, comment dirais-je, en détail le cadre législatif et réglementaire existant et le système macroéconomique et microéconomique du pays. Ça, c'est, à mon opinion, quelque chose de fort importante, une activité à faire au préalable pour pouvoir désigner, concevoir des mesures d'efficacité énergétique qui soient adaptées à la réalité du pays, et transposer ainsi dites best practices de l'Europe dans un pays comme la République démocratique et populaire d'Algérie, c'est pas quelque chose de faisable, simplicite. Il faut bien tenir compte et respecter le schéma existant dans le pays, qui est un schéma où l'énergie est un régime de monopole par la loi. Et ça, c'est le choix, comment dirais-je, souverain du pays. Ceci dit, ces données, comment dirais-je, au contour, sont fort importantes pour les mesures d'efficacité énergétique. L'efficacité énergétique est forte prioritaire dans le pays. Le pays donne beaucoup d'importance à ce sujet, quoique au niveau des citoyennes, l'information n'est pas vraiment haut de gamme. Et donc, sur ce point-là, il y a vraiment un grand territoire de chasse où on pourrait faire beaucoup de choses, à mon opinion, surtout en pivotant sur le confort, parce que les citoyens sentent beaucoup, comment dirais-je, la nécessité d'un confort qui aille en même temps respecte de l'environnement. Nous avons fait beaucoup de choses parce que nous avons proposé 5 changements législatifs et réglementaires au gouvernement. Mais surtout, ce que nous avons fait est de travailler ensemble aux acteurs, comment dirais-je, incontournables au niveau gouvernemental, notamment le ministère de l'Énergie, le ministère de la Transition énergétique, le ministère de l'Habitat et les agences gouvernementales, la PRU tout d'abord, mais le CEDER et les autres agences qui sont en charge des renouvelables, de l'efficacité énergétique dans le pays. Ça, c'était, comment dirais-je, un point de force, c'est-à-dire de mettre dès le départ, mettre en œuvre un groupe de travail participé par les bénéficiaires et travailler ensemble et faire les choix ensemble sous les meilleures pratiques et les meilleures démarches à adopter. Ceci nous a donné quand même un prime en termes de résultats achevés et nous a, comment dirais-je, permis aussi d'accéder à un certain nombre d'informations qui sont incontournables pour les mesures. Pour les bâtiments existants, c'était beaucoup plus difficile parce que tout d'abord, il nous a fallu reconstruire un database des typologies constructives et des typologies d'usage dans le pays. C'est un grand pays avec 40 millions de personnes, une surface qui est le double de la France, juste pour donner un point de repère. Et donc avoir des informations soit sur les zones climatiques, soit sur les typologies constructives, soit sur les typologies d'usage depuis les dernières 40 ans n'est pas tout à fait facile, encore plus parce que le cadastre immobilier en Algérie est en train de se faire, mais n'est pas encore complet. Donc ça, c'est le point de départ pour toute action de réhabilitation. Mais surtout, pour avoir une base de données, pour faire des calculs fiables et démontrer aux autorités la rentabilité de l'opération. Parce que ça, c'est le point fondamental pour le financement. Le moment que l'administration de l'État, les pouvoirs publics sont convaincus que l'efficacité énergétique, c'est une affaire pour tous, ils vont quand même prendre des initiatives de financement. Et l'État, dans ce cas-là, c'est le premier des bailleurs de fonds pour ce style d'opération, surtout de réhabilitation énergétique du parc existant. Voilà, ceci sont les choses, à mon opinion, les plus remarquables qu'on a été capable de faire. J'ai envoyé une petite note écrite, mais si vous voulez, je peux vous donner d'autres éléments écrits pour compléter l'information sur ce sujet. Merci pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Dario. Merci. C'est très important, je pense, effectivement, de souligner l'engagement des institutions, de travail et l'importance des données, information and data evidence, first for building but also to demonstrate the profitability of energy efficient projects, to convince the authority and the national stakeholders to be involved in updating the regulation and enforcing it. Indeed, now we will go on the enforcement again, and we need also tools for decision makers and maybe tools for decision makers at the local scale. I'm introducing Bernard Massabo, who is the General Secretary of the Euromed Cities Network. He's an engineer from the French École des Ponts, and he has been working for the private sector at international level. Since 5 years, he has been appointed General Secretary of the Euromed Cities Network, and he's in charge of several projects, EU-funded project, Euro-Mediterranean project, gathering more than 150 cities from the EU and the Med Basin. The Euromed Cities Network aimed at strengthening the transborder cooperation in the Mediterranean region by implementing projects related to innovation, fight against climate change, notably energy efficiency, waste and water management, youth employment, security. I'll let you the floor for presenting your achievements within the Euromed projects that you're implementing. Bernard?
Yes, thank you very much, Alicia. Thank you for the opportunity to present briefly what we try to achieve within the networks with technical and regional partners. We are involved in two European programs with capitalization projects on energy efficiency. These two programs are MED-oriented, one relating to the north shore of the Mediterranean and the other one concerning the whole Mediterranean basin. And in these two projects, we try to focus at local level, and we try to help municipalities to adapt and to integrate tools or methodologies, as it was mentioned by Alicia, designed for policymakers, so that they could try to improve the way they manage their buildings in terms of energy efficiency, and also help them to achieve the goals they have designed within their strategic plans for energy and climate actions. And doing that, in fact, we capitalize on mature results which have already been developed by some European projects, and we try to adapt these results, these outcomes, to other countries in terms of technical adaptation, and also in terms of translating in the local language, so that these tools can be more Mediterranean or Euro-Mediterranean tools or methodologies, and can be available for any municipality which could have an interest. And these tools deal with how to prioritize the refurbishment of buildings in a municipality based on the different buildings this municipality can manage. These tools also deal with how to finance, how to find how to optimize the funding and of the refurbishment of the buildings. Also, some tools deal with schools, as it was mentioned earlier, because, as you know, schools are specific buildings in terms of the way they are operated and the way they are maintained. So we try within in the frame of these projects, we try to bring to local authorities, mainly municipalities, as much help as or support as possible. Indeed, training is also important, and we try to develop living labs so that the various stakeholders can be trained together and improve their level of skills together. So the main idea is to be able to bring some assistance, some support to the local authorities within these cooperation, decentralized cooperation projects.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Yes. In fact, all these tools are quite interesting and were shared also because we have signed a MOU within the meetMED project with this project EEB community, as you know, and we organize some common events, and we have organized a joint event with, within the activity 315 that was presented by Marie-Pierre before, in order to disseminate all these tools that have been experienced in Northern Europe, but that could be replicated and adjusted to some several contexts in Southern Shore. Thank you, Bernard. Now I'm giving the floor to Eman Adel to call us about, you are exploring within meetMED the potential of district cooling in the region. You are a senior sustainability expert at RECRE with around 10 years of solid experience in the field of renewable energy, energy efficiency and climate change. And so a few days ago there were this district cooling experience that was organized, this study tour. Could you illustrate the main advantages of implementing such a project and how Cairo Capital overcame the expected challenges for disseminating this district cooling experience? How to convince other countries to implement such strategies?
Well, first of all, thank you, Alicia, for this. Okay. For this nice introduction. Okay, do you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So thank you for this nice introduction. I would like at the beginning to extend our gratitude for the strategic partners we had from the administrative capital for urban development, from gas school construction and allied consultant. Going back to your question, I would say that the main advantage of the project can be illustrated in different areas, starting from the energy saving. So this project providing affordable and clean energy with a highly efficient air conditioning system that can reduce the annual electricity consumption for cooling by around 45%. The station also relies on the energy storage system during the night for the peak period, which reduces the required electrical capacity by about 20%. We can also focus on the resource saving by reduction in required municipal water by utilizing seawater and TSE. In addition to enhancing the environmental protection through the reduction in greenhouse gas emission, and such a project allow, of course, new technologies that cannot be used inside the buildings as storing energy in the thermal tanks. The district cooling project also decreased the capital cost of the building from construction, mechanical and electrical costs due to the lack of heavy air conditioning equipment outside the building. And overall, we can say that it maximizes the reliability and sustainability of the new cities as one of the strategic development goals. So for the Cairo Capital overcome and how they can overcome the expected challenge, I would say that the governmental support is the magic word here. So, I mean, you can figure out the Egyptian strategic vision for 2030 during the last couple of years that have been announced to adopt sustainable cities as one of its main goals. And they support in different ways by knowledge exchange support, by opportunities, and by facilitating exporting parts, especially during the pandemic situation. Needless also to mention that the land lease for the infrastructure of such a project, like huge project, needs a lot of support from the government. And we need as well to focus on the design of the whole administrative capital that gives the opportunities to the company for such a project. Your last question was how to convince other countries to implement such projects. I would say that we don't need to convince them. The countries already know that this is a very good opportunity for them, and they are moving forward through various steps. We just need to support them by whatever facilitation they need in terms of financial facilitation, policies and legal frameworks, and of course, enforcement of building measures that can fasten the process. And that's it. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you very much, Eman. Indeed, I think embedding in planning is again a new message, another message to hear and to remind. Now I will give the floor to Pedro Cardoso. Pedro from ADEN, so the Portuguese agency. Within the meetMED project, you are exploring the opportunity to pilot a water energy nexus approach of buildings, highlighting how to save both resources, energy and water. What are the key learnings and conditions of success for such approaches in Portugal and from Portuguese experience, and how it could be adjusted to the southern eastern Mediterranean countries? You have handled within meetMED within 2021 a state of art for the water energy nexus in Jordan and Morocco. Could you present us the main results so far? Indeed, Pedro, you are currently manages the activity 314 water energy nexus in buildings for ADEN, and you're part of the projects department at ADEN, where you develop water efficiency and water energy nexus projects.
Okay, thank you. Now I believe you are hearing me?
Yes, we hear you very well.
Okay. So I prepared a brief presentation, but just answering briefly your very good question. In Portugal, and particularly in ADEN, we are focused on mainly in energy efficiency, but we are now opening the other areas of interest. When one of them is water energy nexus and water efficiency in buildings and in the industry. But we have quite success on the implementation of water efficiency program in buildings, voluntary one. And the conclusion is that we need to address simultaneously the two resources, water and energy. And now we are as an objective of Action 313 of the meetMED project. We are share our knowledge in to implement the methodologies of assessing water energy nexus in buildings that we are currently developed for the North Mediterranean countries into the South Mediterranean countries, and we have now two pilot countries with that they are already selected the pilot buildings for testing this methodology. the countries are Jordan and Morocco, and we believe that we will soon have the pilot buildings for Algeria as well. Malta is also part of this activity and more focus on the training on the auditors. We have, as you mentioned, now completed the state-of-the-art report for Jordan and Morocco. We are now compiling still all the results, and well, the main highlights that I would like to select is that there are very similarities in these two countries, Morocco and Jordan, with Portugal. We are three countries that are suffering for severe scarcity of water in the last years. And the water equipment that we see in these three countries are very identical. One obvious difference is the source of water, that in Portugal we don't have desalination, but it's a common technology for these two countries, but not in Portugal. But this is why we made this state-of-the-art report, to see the differences in managing the water resource in these three countries, and then to be more able to adapt our Nexus methodology for meeting or best fit the requirements of each particular pilot country. I don't know, Alicia, if I have time to present my slides, or if you want to just have more questions.
Thank you. We will have a session of Q&A. I mean, your presentation will be shared with the participants. You want to share it now?
Yes, I can share it. It's a brief presentation.
Normally, you have the right to share your presentation.
Okay. So.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you. So, as I mentioned, we are facing this severe scarcity all over the world, and today 40% of the world people are affected by water scarcity. This is more important even in the Mediterranean countries.
Could you put it on your high screen, just big screen, as presentation?
We have... this problem more aggravated in the South Mediterranean countries. Approximately 180 million people in South and East Mediterranean countries suffered from water scarcity.
Pedro,
as you can see,
could you please enlarge your screen?
This is why water energy nexus is important, and why in residential buildings. From the total water-related energy use, about 80% is associated with the end-use stage, mostly related with water heating, and 20% with the urban stage. Buildings account for 40% of the total final energy consumption in the East European Union, with residential buildings being responsible for 30% of this final energy consumption. And water heating alone reclaims a share of 16 of the total final energy consumed in residential buildings, being the second highest energy consumption, only surpassed in Europe, of course, by space heating. So these are how we have to address this problem. The use of and management of energy and water resources in residential buildings needs to be simultaneously addressed. voluntary or mandatory water and energy efficient schemes for the
Excuse
building
me,
sector
Pedro,
in
can you
tandem with the
enlarge your
application of
screen?
operational optimization of the urban sector
Yeah.
will decrease water and energy global demand. And now simple water efficiency solutions can be installed both in new and existing buildings with a significant impact of water and energy savings. The domestic implementation of water-saving toilets, taps and shower heads alone can produce a net saving of between 23 and 43% of the total domestic water consumption. And net savings of energy and money, since 30% of domestic bill is mainly related with water uses, and energy represents 50% of OPEX for the water companies.
Yes, please, Pedro, can you enlarge your screen because we don't see your presentation
in buildings,
well.
we have to act in efficiency of water equipment, alternative water sources, water demand management, native vegetation, efficient water productions, hot water production systems, centralized water and energy management systems, efficient fixtures, rainwater harvesting or grey water uses, and water fit for uses, leakage control, and water and energy audits in tandem. Well, these are the main objectives of Activity 313 that I already mentioned before the presentation. And as a final remarks, I have to say that water demand management, which is increase water and energy use efficiency and reduce water and energy losses, particularly in buildings, is crucial for a sustainable development. Strategies and policies for water management and climate change adaptation are strongly interconnected with all other sectors, example, water, energy, and food nexus. Technical solutions are now available in buildings for improving water and energy use efficiency and increasing water conservation. Seawater desalination is increasing use as an adaptation measure for reduced potable water scarcity, especially in semi-arid Mediterranean countries. And reuse of wastewater and the use of alternative water sources as grey water and rainwater are solutions for non-potable water uses. So thank you very much. These are the most important ideas that I wanted to highlight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Indeed, we are going to share your presentation if you agree, because it was in small and
of course.
But it's fine. Thank you very much for your insights for the water energy nexus. Indeed, we have a few minutes left. I would like to raise a last question to the audience, to the speakers. Indeed, we have seen that the achievements are quite promising. There are lots of experience now, and we have underlined some challenges yet and slow progress. We know Nora, but I remind you that the objective of this day on concerted actions for promoting energy efficiency measures in buildings, it's also to advocate and to have messages to address to the COP27, to the decision makers. So I have a last question for you. From your perspective, what are the regionally coordinated actions you wish to see across the region, and to allow mainstreaming of energy efficient measures in buildings? Or another question, what are your key messages to give, to address, and to stress in perspective of COP27? This afternoon we will have lots of other issues related to technical challenges for energy efficiency measures, but now within this round table I need your insights on that. Maybe I can come back to Nora if she's here. Nora?
No, she's not.
Yes, I'm asking questions to our speakers. A last question in few words. Isn't it? Yes. So we will have the 5 of them on the screen. Maybe, in fact, Eman or Rim, who are here present. Rim, Eman, yeah, could you answer to my question?
Yeah, thank you so much, Alicia. I would like to say that we have to continue our works, especially to marketing green building as a lifestyle. It's not just an energy efficiency aspect, but we have to speak to customers. We have to awaken them about that. We have also to looking at cost throughout the entire building life cycle at the planning stage. We have to promote certification and labeling for APC buildings. And now energy efficiency in buildings creates a new business opportunity like digital live consumption and cost monitoring, extended services to operating and managing, green leases maybe. And my final word, just to say for everybody, we have the more we do, the better we get. Thank you.
The more we do, the better. Thank you, Rim. That's good final words. Eman?
Yeah, so thank you, Rim. Thank you, Alicia. I just would like to add that we can all cooperate together to enhance our promising steps by focusing on the success aspects to promote the energy efficiency in building, and this can be through providing technical services and advices to the ongoing new housing and building project. In addition to conducting energy audits in building to assess energy consumption trend and also establish energy benchmark for building to be a basic for energy rating system. It can also achieve this through appropriate financial mechanism for the promotion of energy efficient measures in building. And at the end, I would like to highlight the civil society awareness programs to raise the knowledge of the community about the importance of the energy efficiency in building, knowing that it can reflect directly to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eman. Maybe Naguib or Dario?
Bien, si tu veux.
Oui.
Je t'en prie, Naguib, vas-y.
Okay, merci. I think nothing will happen if we don't have the full participation of national authorities. In other terms, the real people on the ground who sit together and make sure that they have an energy efficiency strategy at national levels that is absolutely adapted to each country on its own. I hate to say it may not be very efficient to come up with very general recommendations here and there if we don't take into consideration each country. Some of our countries have 70% of their building stock, housing building stock, in informal sectors. How can we go and tell them you do building efficiency on informal sectors? I'm not talking about slums, of course, but I'm talking about buildings. It needs innovation. It needs complete participation of the national authorities. We should see these people around our tables and our forums and to pass these messages. This is the first thing. Second, strategies are implemented through local actors and through practical actors. Here we have to involve universities, research centers, designers, architects in searching into these solutions, not just big words and big slogans and just, I'm not going to say the word, inefficient recommendations. Thirdly, the actors on the ground, as I said earlier, are led by the cities, by local authorities, who have access to people, who have access to implementation of actions on the ground. These must also be involved through planning. So the idea is to involve real actors, to come up with real adapted solutions, completely innovative, completely tailored to each country, involving technical actors and involving the local authorities on the ground in terms of not only just having regulations, but also pilot actions to be replicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naguib. Very clear messages. Dario, could you complete from your point of view?
Mais je partage à 100% ce que Naguib vient de dire, finalement. C'est fort important, à mon opinion, comment dirais-je, déséquilibrer cette action concertée vers Maghreb, Mashrek region. D'accord? Donc, on ne peut pas imaginer et de transposer tout ce qui est de bien et de fantastique qui se passe en Europe dans des réalités où il y a des différents schémas macroéconomiques et microéconomiques. Et ça, il faut les respecter. Ça, c'est la chose la plus importante. Donc, il faut bien comprendre qu'il y a des États souverains qui ont des priorités qui sont légitimes et qui, maintes fois, ne sont pas les priorités de l'Europe. Donc, ceci, il faut bien le garder à l'esprit. Donc, pour ce qui concerne le financement, on ne peut pas s'attendre, comment dirais-je, que ce financement puisse être fait par des citoyens, par des citoyennes ou par des familles. L'État, dans certains pays du Maghreb et Machrek, joue un rôle important. Et donc, c'est l'État qu'il faut mobiliser, c'est l'État qu'il faut impliquer, c'est l'État qu'il faut convaincre, tout d'abord, d'accord, de la rentabilité de certaines opérations. Et donc, je crois que le premier message doit être, comment dirais-je, déséquilibrer un petit peu cette concept d'action. Moi, je parlerai d'une concept de Maghreb-Machrek action, tout d'abord. Et après, évidemment, l'Europe reste un point de repère, mais en faisant, comment dirais-je, les mesures et les distances nécessaires. La deuxième question que tu as posée, Alicia, c'est-à-dire le message pour la COP, etc., c'est, à mon opinion, quelque chose qui tient à cette observation que je viens de faire sur la Concerted Actions. Ça veut dire qu'il faut imaginer des systèmes de financement au niveau multilatéral qui soient adaptés aux interlocuteurs. Et les interlocuteurs dans les régions du Maghreb et Machrek sont tout d'abord les administrations centrales de l'État. Donc, d'un côté, il faut les impliquer quelque sorte, de quelque manière, d'accord? Et d'un deuxième côté, peut-être une chose qu'on pourrait faire de façon pas dépendante strictement de l'implication de l'État est une campagne d'information grand public. Grand public n'est pas tout à fait informé sur les bienfaits de l'efficacité énergétique, quoique la question du confort, de la santé, du fait de vivre dans des logements qui soient, comment dirais-je, confortables au point de vue de la qualité de l'air, de l'humidité et du confort thermique, est quelque chose qui est fort averti par les populations. Et c'est ça qui fait la force de l'efficacité énergétique, que le consensus est facile à saisir sur le territoire. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Dario. Je pense qu'effectivement, dit en français et en anglais, on a des messages finalement très similaires, mais ça nous met l'accent fortement sur la question, donc dans l'engagement des autorités nationales, des gouvernements et le travail de synergie entre les différentes institutions et surtout l'importance de s'adapter aux contextes nationaux et locaux qui sont très différents. Évidemment, on prend une inspiration potentiellement de l'Europe, mais l'objectif est bien d'adapter les politiques nationales et les priorités aux pays du Sud donc et de l'Est de la Méditerranée en fonction de leur propre contexte. Voilà, les bonnes solutions sont celles qui reflètent les besoins locaux et nationaux et non pas des priorités hors sol. Merci donc Dario d'avoir insisté sur ce point-là. Peut-être un dernier mot pour Bernard ou Pedro, si vous souhaitez, if you wish to intervene and to address the key messages. And complete.
Yes, if you allow me, I agree with, of course, with what has been said by Nagui Babind and Dario Cello. In our case, as we focus on local level, we try to not to say that what has been implemented in Europe should be implemented in Maghreb or Mashrek, but we try to propose and to adapt to the local situation. And it's why we have proposed to the European programs to build some city partnerships between the north and the south, to find, to select on a voluntary basis cities from the north and from the south to work together and find the right way to adapt a tool or a methodology to the local context. So it's ongoing pilot action, but we think it could be one way to try to bring some added value and also to have a good use of the European funds, so that we can say that we can capitalize on the funding from the European programs. And the second message would be that it would, at local level, it would be perfect if one day we would be able to, within a European program, we would be able to work with all the territories from the MED area, which is not the case, not right the case at this stage, almost, but not 100% of the territories are able to work together. And we believe that a real regional cooperation would be a good instrument for the Med Basin, because all, as you better know than me, I mean, all the around the Med Basin, we all have the same problems and perhaps different solutions based on the territories, but almost we have to go in the same direction. And it's as if we were living in the same building in a way, and so we have to find a common solution. Thank you very much, Alicia.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Indeed, now we will conclude, or maybe Pedro, you wish to add something?
Yes, Alicia, very briefly. Just as I understand and I agree with all that was said before, and just to say that the problems from, and particularly in the water, the problems from the South Europe and the North Mediterranean and the South Mediterranean areas are very common, much more common than South Europe compared with North Europe countries. So, and even in energy policies, we are in Europe getting small steps in integrated more the water efficiency and water energy nexus into a more holistic legislative packages on energy, but still we have a lot of ground to walk into a full integration of the nexus in every legislative packages we want. So this kind of same problems that we have in common with the South Mediterranean countries are an opportunity to show and to stress that water and energy need to be addressed in tandem, and it's obvious the benefits of this management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Well, indeed, we are not comparing the challenges between northern or southern. I mean, we have similar challenges for sure. The issue is, I mean, the messages are quite clear. We need to raise ambition on measures taken both in north and southern, for sure. Indeed, the national program or a national strategy or national commitments need to be underlined and send as an important signal also to the local authorities, but also to the consumers, that they are committed to this, to important and raising objectives. So the engagement of all stakeholders from national to local level was highlighted by all our speakers today. Existing policy instruments might not be enough. We have voluntary building codes, but need maybe mandatory ones. Embedding also progressively climate adaptation issues. We have less underlined that, but I think other points of the discussions were highlighting the links, of course, between energy efficiency and water management for sure, but also climate related issues. So it's important to pay attention to both sectors and need innovation also. Even if we have some technical tools, we need also innovation, maybe institutional innovation and new financial mechanisms for strengthening these energy efficiency measures and climate-related measures. Raise ambition at national and local scale through planning, as it was said by our speakers. Finally, I would emphasize on the dialogue and necessary interaction between national and local level. Consider the key role of local authorities in enforcing these national policies. It points the fact that in particular finance that we have seen yesterday during the Sustainable Energy Forum shall be available at this level for local authorities, and we need to strengthen cooperation, as Bernard said, also between territories, and need for a third party to facilitate access to finance. As also Rim proposed. Cooperation shall be sought also between national, international, regional initiatives, and we have underlined the important synergies between all the programs that need to strengthen the efforts to provide best practices, inspiration for all tools and strategies, for finally increasing the impacts, accelerating all the measures on energy efficient buildings. So need really to work together and in line with raised ambitions and objectives. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you for our speakers to intervene at the round table and for the morning session. Indeed, now I think everybody has hungry and needs to have lunch. Thank you all. And so let's see each other this afternoon for technical, for the working groups under these concerted actions to go more in details on several best practices and experience sharing. Thank you. For the second day of
recording in progress.
Week. Welcome everybody, online and in presence. Thank you for attending this session on concerted actions on buildings within the meetMED weeks, with the meetMED week. So I will moderate with Rui. In fact, I will back Rui Fragoso, who is normally online. Rui, are you with us? I welcome also the speakers that are in presence. Thank you. So Rui, I'll let you introduce the session.
Thank you very much. Well, and thank you for remaining online and also for standing there in Cairo for this second part of the session. Let me just put a slide in a second. So this session is a continuing session, and it's, let's say, a more practical one, dedicated to the working groups themselves. As you noticed from the morning, I mentioned that we have 4 working groups, and then we are actually basing the second part on presentations of best practices, and we are very glad to have quite a good number of presentations from different target countries and also some countries from the south of Europe with their experience on energy efficiency building codes, building renovation, labeling and training, and financing. So this is going to be the main part for presentations. We will try to go swiftly. My colleagues, Claudia Monteiro and Ana Salama, who are the working group leaders, will take on each of these working sessions. We'll ask all the speakers, of course, to try to be swift and take, I would say, perhaps not more than 10 minutes over their presentations. And hopefully, at the end, we will have 20 minutes for a final discussion and takeaway messages for COP27. So this final discussion is very based on the expectations for the next steps on task 2.2. And we hope to discuss, especially with experts that participate in these tasks, what we are going to do throughout the whole project. And finally, we have a couple of takeaway messages that we would like to validate with all of you before sending them to the coordination, so that they can be presented at the latest day of this meetMED project. So without further ado, I would ask my colleague Claudia to start with the Energy Efficiency Building Codes Working Group. So thank you very much. I believe you might be muted, Claudia. We'll be getting...
Okay. So I think now it's working. Can you hear me well?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yes? Okay, so let me just share quickly my screen. Okay, I think you can already see it. Please.
Can you put it in full screen, please?
Yes, I will. Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, is it working? Perfect. Okay, so thank you. So I will start with the working group 1 that is called Energy Efficiency Building Codes. And under this working group, we will be discussing the enforcing of building codes implementation, the drawing overviews on legislations or measures and instruments to foster the building codes in each of the countries that are a part of this network, and we will also be discussing the methodologies and mapping the good practices. Previously to this session, we asked to the country's experts to fill a questionnaire highlighting what would be the topics they would prefer to be discussed in further CI buildings sessions. And this graph represents the overall results, the results coming from all the responses. And we can see here in the top that the cooling technology solutions and the energy storage were pointed out as the preferred topics among all the respondents, followed by the interconnection between the building codes and the energy performance certificate schemes, and the maintenance and inspection of technical systems in buildings. This does not mean that the other topics are not important for one specific country. This just means that are the overall preferences that can be discussed further on this working group. And with no further ado, in this working group 1 session, we will be presenting 2 case studies. This first case study 1 will be presented by Mr. Radwan Yusuf. I apologize for if I'm not pronouncing correctly the name. Mr. Radwan is the Deputy Director of Strategy and Development at AMI, the Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency. And the AMI is a public institution, and its mission is to implement the action plans of the government policy on energy efficiency in Morocco. Today, Mr. Radwan will speak on the mechanisms of implementation of the thermal regulation of constructions in Morocco, speaking a little bit about the opportunities and challenges. So I believe Mr. Radwan is physically in Cairo, so I would ask Mr. Radwan to present this case study, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Yes, Radwan Yusuf is here. I invite him.
Bonjour, merci Claudia et Alicia. Bonjour tout le monde, ceux qui sont avec nous aujourd'hui en présentiel et ceux qui nous suivent à distance. Je suis ravi et heureux aujourd'hui de participer au meetMED Week, la première édition de meetMED Week phase 2, et je suis aussi ravi de participer et d'animer ce panel avec mes collègues sur les codes d'efficacité énergétique bâtiments dans la région. Aujourd'hui, je vais vous parler des mécanismes de mise en œuvre de la réglementation thermique au Maroc, opportunités et défis. Et ça, c'est déjà une bonne chose. Pourquoi ? Lors de meetMED 1, la phase 1, on parlait de développement des réglementations et des critères. Là, ça montre la progression. On parle de l'opérationnalisation de la réglementation thermique, quels sont les défis, les opportunités. Ça montre qu'on a progressé, qu'on est passé d'une phase de développement à une phase de concrétisation, de mise en œuvre, et ça montre qu'il y avait des fruits de l'accompagnement lors de la phase 1 de meetMED 1, parce que tout à l'heure on discutait avec Alicia comment faire montrer les résultats et les fruits du programme. Bon voilà, un des résultats c'est cette progression. Alors au niveau du Maroc, donc cette réglementation thermique, elle est d'application. Bon, le décret d'application de cette réglementation thermique, ça fait 4-5 ans qu'il a été publié, mais l'entrée en vigueur concrète a été marquée depuis le 1er janvier 2021, grâce à la consolidation d'un cadre législatif au Maroc. Il y avait les décrets d'application de la loi et aussi des arrêtés des autorisations de construction au Maroc, ce qui a permis de verrouiller le système de mise en œuvre. Et actuellement au Maroc, toute nouvelle construction dans le tertiaire et le résidentiel, secteur privé et public, doit s'aligner à des critères et doit respecter cette réglementation thermique selon des approches et des critères. Donc on va pas entrer en détail, mais on va parler surtout des mécanismes, comment on y arrive là, les mécanismes de mise en œuvre et d'opérationnalisation de la réglementation thermique. La première des choses, c'était tout simplement de faire le zonage climatique et les cartes de référence climatique au niveau du Maroc pour faciliter la mise en œuvre de cette réglementation thermique, chose qui a été faite et développée au niveau national. Là, vous voyez la carte du zonage climatique au Maroc pour l'opérationnalisation de la réglementation thermique. Ça, c'était le premier mécanisme et action à mettre. La deuxième des choses, c'était la question des caractérisations thermophysiques des matériaux de construction dans le contexte local du Maroc. Avant, on ne parlait pas de ces caractéristiques, et sans savoir ces caractéristiques, on ne peut pas parler de la performance énergétique et thermique du bâtiment. Donc, il fallait faire développer une base de données des caractéristiques thermophysiques des matériaux qu'on connaît, des matériaux universels. Il y a aussi des matériaux spéciaux dans le contexte national, le mortier, les briques, le bois, les pierres au niveau de toutes les régions du Maroc. Et donc ça, c'était une nécessité de développer cette base de données afin de pouvoir faire les simulations thermiques dynamiques des bâtiments, afin de pouvoir évaluer la performance thermique et énergétique d'une construction. Parmi les mécanismes et les outils aussi qui ont été développés au niveau national et qui sont opérationnels actuellement, c'est le développement des outils informatiques pour faciliter la conception des bâtiments selon cette réglementation thermique pour les bureaux d'études et les architectes. Et là, donc, au niveau national, on a développé un logiciel, Binayat, construction, pour faire cette étude préalable de conformité à la réglementation thermique. Le logiciel, il contient des bases de données sur les caractéristiques thermophysiques des matériaux que je viens de présenter, et aussi les données climatiques de toutes les villes du Maroc. Donc ce logiciel, il est téléchargeable sur le site de l'Agence marocaine pour l'efficacité énergétique pour tous les acteurs marocains gratuitement, et il est largement utilisé actuellement par les architectes et les bureaux d'études. D'autres outils et mécanismes qu'on a développés, ce qu'on appelle les outils et les guides techniques sur la réglementation thermique. Là, par exemple, je vous montre ce qu'on appelle la mallette, au Maroc, la mallette verte. C'est une boîte à outils de pilotage des projets de construction durables et efficaces. Un projet qui a été développé au Maroc avec l'appui de la GIZ. Et on a développé beaucoup de documents, de guides sur l'efficacité énergétique et la réglementation thermique au Maroc, des guides sur les matériaux d'isolation, leur utilisation, sur les systèmes de CVC, de chauffage, ventilation, climatisation, sur l'utilisation de l'éclairage performant et efficace dans le bâtiment et d'autres. Donc, parce qu'il y avait un grand besoin de développement des outils de base et de documents techniques pour tous les acteurs de la chaîne de valeur de la construction au Maroc. Parmi les outils et les mécanismes aussi, c'est la formation. Il y avait un grand besoin de former tous les acteurs, depuis le promoteur et le maître d'ouvrage, en passant par l'architecte, le bureau d'études, les agences urbaines qui donnent les autorisations, jusqu'au secteur privé et bureau d'études sur tout ce qui est performance énergétique dans le bâtiment au Maroc, sur tout ce qui est réglementation thermique. Donc il y avait une large campagne de formation et d'information de tous les acteurs. Parmi les outils et les mécanismes aussi qui sont importants, c'est les projets démonstrateurs. Il fallait démontrer concrètement sur le terrain c'est quoi cette réglementation thermique et de tirer les leçons sur la partie réduction de la consommation énergétique, sur le confort thermique, sur le coût des mesures d'efficacité énergétique. Donc on a développé des projets pilotes réels sur toutes les zones climatiques du Maroc pour faire tirer les leçons. Toutes ces mesures, ces leçons ont été publiées dans un document qu'on a appelé un guide 9 modèles démonstrateurs en efficacité énergétique au Maroc. Les organisateurs du panel m'ont demandé de parler sur tout ce qui est opportunités et défis. Je vais commencer par les opportunités et ça c'est ce qu'on a senti, que cette réglementation, cette loi, elle a créé une nouvelle dynamique sur le plan économique. Lorsqu'on parle des mesures et les critères d'efficacité énergétique, on parle d'isolation, du double vitrage et autres. Donc c'est des marchés qui se créent autour de cette loi. On parle de l'industrie des matériaux d'isolation, par exemple, avec des fabricants locaux au Maroc, l'industrie de fabrication du vitrage performant, et aussi tout ce qui est équipement performant, chauffe à eau, capteur solaire et d'autres. Il y a aussi, on a vu la création de nouveaux métiers, ce qu'on appelle les métiers verts. C'est des nouveaux métiers qui se sont créés. On parle d'ingénieurs spécialisés en efficacité énergétique, auditeurs énergéticiens dans le bâtiment, et même des techniciens, et même de la main-d'œuvre et des chefs de chantier et des ouvriers qui sont formés, capables d'appliquer les mesures d'efficacité énergétique dans un chantier de construction. Donc ce sont des marchés et des métiers qui se sont créés autour de cette loi, autour de cette réglementation thermique. Mais bien évidemment, le chemin il est encore lent. Il y a des défis, par exemple, la rentabilité des projets d'efficacité énergétique. Pour les promoteurs, la première question, c'est quoi le temps de retour sur investissement? Est-ce que c'est rentable ou non? Donc, il faut encore... Il y a la question d'économie d'échelle, plus les mesures d'efficacité énergétique sont appliquées d'une façon plus large, plus les prix sont moins chers, plus il y a un temps de retour sur investissement qui est réduit. D'autres défis, c'est le développement de tout ce qui est partenariat public-privé, les PPP, donc c'est développer des mécanismes financiers adéquats, faire des contrats municipalité, État, banque, tout ce qui est ESCO, les contrats de performance énergétique, secteur public et privé, ce sont des schémas et des mécanismes de partenariat public-privé à promouvoir et à développer au niveau du pays. Il y a aussi d'autres contraintes par rapport au financement des actions de mesures d'efficacité énergétique. Donc le secteur privé, notamment les banques, sont appelés à à présenter et à développer des produits financiers dédiés aux mesures d'efficacité énergétique et aussi la nécessité de mettre en place au niveau national un fonds dédié qu'à l'efficacité énergétique avec des taux bonifiés. Et donc pour clôturer, pour terminer, donc il y a tout ce qui est action de sensibilisation, d'information et de formation à renforcer encore plus, former les acteurs, mais sensibiliser le grand public, ce qu'on appelle la création du besoin. Si on sensibilise le grand public, on va créer le besoin de la performance énergétique parce que madame ou monsieur lambda, c'est lui qui va exiger ces mesures d'efficacité énergétique lors de l'achat de son bien, ce qu'on appelle créer le besoin et mener des actions de sensibilisation au niveau national pour le grand public. Donc voilà. Donc je pense qu'on aura une session de questions-réponses par la suite. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Bon. Redouane. Claudia, meetMED, are you here?
Bonjour.
Oui, on vous entend. Monsieur Tricky, c'est
bonjour.
bon. Oui,
je suis très heureux d'avoir parmi vous durant le meetMED 8. Donc, ma première présentation va porter sur la réglementation thermique des bâtiments neufs en Tunisie. Donc, je vais présenter peut-être le technique sur la réglementation thermique. Nous avons le cadre réglementaire de la réglementation thermique qui a été régi par la loi 72-2004. Donc l'article 10 de cette loi stipule que tous les bâtiments, tous les projets de construction de nouveaux bâtiments ou d'extension des bâtiments existants doivent répondre à des spécifications techniques minimales.
On n'en voit pas votre écran. Je pense qu'il faut que vous déconnectiez, enfin vous arrêtiez de partager votre écran et que vous le relanciez parce qu'on ne le voit pas.
Okay. Est-ce qu'il est visible maintenant?
Non.
Donc,
Voilà, là c'est bon.
Ok.
Parfait.
Donc, peut-être que j'ai un problème de partage, je vais essayer de me présenter comme ça. Donc, comme j'ai dit, l'article 10 de la loi 72-2004 stipule que tout nouveau projet ou, de construction ou d'extension doit répondre à des spécifications techniques minimales. Donc, ces spécifications seront fixées par des arrêtés conjoints du ministère chargé de l'équipement, de l'habitat et du ministère chargé de l'énergie. Pour le moment, en Tunisie, nous avons officiellement deux arrêtés. Un relatif aux bâtiments à usage des bureaux assimilés qui a été promulgué en 2008 et mis à jour en 2010. Nous avons un autre arrêté qui a été promulgué en 2009 pour les bâtiments à usage résidentiel collectif. On attend la promulgation de deux arrêtés, un pour les bâtiments à usage santé et un pour les bâtiments à usage touristique. Donc, l'objectif de la réglementation thermique en Tunisie, c'est la limitation de besoins liés au confort thermique, donc à travers l'amélioration de la qualité thermique de l'enveloppe des bâtiments. Donc, La conformité à la réglementation thermique nécessite la réalisation d'une étude de performance énergétique, donc du bâtiment à construire. Par la suite, cette étude vous permettra d'être conforme à la réglementation. Donc, pour ce faire, vous êtes appelé à réaliser des actions d'économie d'énergie. Donc, deux démarches d'évaluation sont possibles. Donc, nous avons l'approche perspective et l'approche préférentielle. Donc, l'approche perspective concerne les bâtiments à configuration simple. Donc, l'architecte concepteur du projet, il y a des conditions ici, comme vous voyez à l'écran, qui définissent qu'est-ce que ça veut dire un bâtiment simple. Ces conditions sont liées à la taille du bâtiment, au taux global de baie vitrée et au taux relatif pour les orientations défavorables. Donc, il y a une différenciation entre les bâtiments à usage public et les bâtiments à usage privé. Donc, les critères pour les bâtiments publics sont plus sévères. Donc, comment faire comment vérifier la conformité pour un bâtiment de configuration simple? Donc, l'architecte concepteur est appelé à remplir une fiche technique dont il y a principalement quatre caractéristiques de l'enveloppe du bâtiment, les coefficients de transfert surfacique de la toiture, du vitrage et des murs, ainsi le coefficient d'ombrage. Il y a de seuils à ne pas dépasser pour ces quatre paramètres, comme vous le voyez à l'écran. Ici, en fonction du zonage climatique, la Tunisie est répartie en 3 zones climatiques. Donc, on voit à l'écran maintenant le seuil de performance énergétique d'un bâtiment à usage de bureau ou assimilé pour le cas privé, en fonction du taux de baie vitrée qui peut être faible, moyen, élevé, très élevé. Donc, vous avez des valeurs de coefficient de transfert surfacique, de la toiture, du mur, du vitrage, ainsi le coefficient d'ombrage du vitrage. Comme j'ai dit, pour les bâtiments à usage public, la réglementation est plus sévère. Vous ne voyez pas ici le bâtiment dans le taux de baie vitrée très élevé. Ce n'est pas permis pour les bâtiments à usage public. On voit ici la classification pour le bâtiment à usage résidentiel en fonction des zones climatiques. Il y a de seuils à ne pas dépasser en fonction du taux de baie vitrée. Donc, pour l'approche perspective, c'est simplement, l'évaluation se fait simplement par calcul de coefficient I ainsi que le coefficient d'ombrage des vitrages. Pour cette configuration, on n'a pas besoin d'une validation par un bureau de contrôle. Donc, juste l'architecte, la signature de l'architecte fait foi, il va présenter la fiche technique à la commission de permis de bâtir, qu'elle a la possibilité de vérifier le contenu. Donc, en cas de conformité, et le permis de bâtir sera accordé. Pour l'approche performantielle, donc l'application est générale, mais surtout elle est appliquée pour les bâtiments à configuration complexe. Donc, ce sont les bâtiments qui ne répondent pas aux conditions déjà vides de l'approche perspective. Et si cette approche peut être réalisée par l'architecte concepteur ou par un bureau d'études ou un ingénieur conseil en thermique du bâtiment, elle doit être impérativement validée par un bureau de contrôle. Le principe, c'est fait à travers une simulation, à travers les outils mis à la disposition par l'ANAME, en calculant le besoin lié au confort thermique. Et par la suite, pour classer le bâtiment, donc pour le bâtiment à usage privé, la classe réglementaire, c'est la classe 5. Donc, si votre bâtiment est en une classe supérieure à la classe 5, vous n'allez pas recevoir le permis de bâtir. Pour les bâtiments à usage public, la classification réglementaire, c'est la classe 3. Donc, la classification est basée sur le besoin lié au confort thermique. Donc, c'est une chose qu'on est en train de changer en Tunisie pour le moment. Donc, on est en train de passer vers la classification en fonction de la consommation réelle du bâtiment. Il y a un travail peut-être que je vais parler par la suite, qui est en train d'être réalisé. Mais l'existant maintenant, la classification pour l'approche préférentielle, c'est fait en fonction des besoins liés au confort thermique. Donc, l'assimilation, elle doit être impérativement par les logiciels agréés par la NAME, à savoir pour le moment, logiciel clé pour les configurations simples, pour les configurations complexes, le logiciel eQuest, dont il y a une version eQuest qui est en cours de développement. Donc, sinon, il y a pour l'évaluation de la consommation des équipements et tout ça, dans le cadre des audits énergétiques, d'autres logiciels aussi ils sont permis. Dans cette configuration, pour avoir le permis de bâtir, on a besoin d'avoir la fiche technique remplie par le responsable, qu'il soit architecte ou ingénieur conseil ou bureau d'études, ainsi que l'étude de performance énergétique, un document à présenter. Il doit être validé par un bureau de contrôle et par la suite, il sera présenté à la commission des permis de bâtir au niveau du commune pour validation et octroi du permis de bâtir. Donc, comme j'ai dit, le logiciel qui est mis à la disposition CLIP, il s'agit d'un logiciel statique très simplifié. Principalement, on l'utilise pour la conformité à la réglementation thermique. Donc, on le considère principalement pour l'enveloppe. Depuis 2015, l'ANAME, avec ce partenaire, nous avons commencé à développer une version Play performante en utilisant le moteur de calcul DAO 2.2. Donc, nous avons pour le moment à la disposition de l'ANAME un outil en ligne, plus ou moins amélioré par rapport à la version initiale. Donc, il est maintenant en phase de validation. Peut-être d'ici vers la fin de l'année, il sera opérationnel. La procédure de vérification de la conformité, elle sera en ligne. Donc, le concepteur va saisir les données, il va valider, enregistrer, par la suite, le bureau de contrôle, il va valider en ligne aussi le dossier. Le dossier sera transmis à la commune. Donc, ce sera un outil très bénéfique pour l'application de la réglementation thermique. Ici, on voit la réalisation du bâtiment conformément à la réglementation thermique entre 2010 et 2020. Le cumul pour les bâtiments à usage résidentiel est alentour de 76 000 bâtiments à usage résidentiel et 15 000 bâtiments à usage de bureau. Ici, on voit la fiche technique qui est annexée aux arrêtés d'application. Vous trouvez ici les caractéristiques liées au bâtiment, le nom, est-ce qu'il s'agit d'un bâtiment public ou privé, le propriétaire, le concepteur. Et s'il s'agit d'une approche performancielle, vous allez inscrire ici la valeur calculée par l'officiel ainsi que la valeur limite par la réglementation. Sinon, ici, il s'agit de l'approche perspective. Donc, vous allez cocher la zone climatique, le taux de baie vitrée, ainsi que son pourcentage et les caractéristiques des coefficients de l'enveloppe, ainsi que le valeur C. Elle doit être signée, selon le cas, uniquement par les constructeurs ou validée par un bureau de contrôle pour pouvoir avoir le permis de bâtir. Juste, j'ai fini cette présentation. Juste, il reste, comme il a dit notre collègue M. Redouane, le cadre réglementaire existe déjà, mais ce que nous avons besoin le plus, c'est le renforcement de l'application des réglementations thermiques, où il y a un grand travail qu'on est en train de faire pour le moment. Merci pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Claudia, you want to conclude this session?
Yes, so thank you to the presenters for this great presentations. So in the end, we will be producing a report with all this content, and with no further ado, I will pass the word to my colleague Anna Salama that will be presenting the working group 2 on buildings renovation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Good. I see the nice face of Mr. Trick is still on my screen. Maybe it's the same for you? It's
no,
predominant, let's say.
We don't see any presentation. We see you now with Rui.
Okay, thank you very much. Anna Maria Salama from ENE, the Italian National Agency. I'm moderating this technical working group on building renovation. I would like to share my presentation. Can you see it now?
Yes. Can you?
That okay?
Can you put it
yes,
on
I'm trying,
screen?
I'm trying. Okay. Right.
Perfect.
So the scope of this technical working group was rather huge. As you can see, it was coming from national legislative provision and national programs to the attention to vulnerable dwellers as for building renovation, but similarly to supporting actions for those social, let's say, layers such as scholar and education structures, plans for youth, awareness raising for users, etc., as well as also the capacity, the improvement, the increasing of the capacity, the growth of the capacity building as per energy manager, maintenance companies, staff, and eco staff as well. However, after the investigation, what came out was a prioritary interest, let's say, about two out of those previous items that we suggested before. The priority were obtained to supporting action for scholar and higher education programs, training and awareness plans for users, information campaigns, as well as to national provision or national plans on energy transition decarbonization for the building sector. It does not mean that the other topics will be disregarded, not at all, but they will be in any way tackled during the course of our project. I just wanted to, what is it? I lost. Anyway, I don't see, anyway, it doesn't matter. I was listing, I was supposed to list the speakers of this session. We will start right now with the case study number 1, that is T-School. T-School is a project carried out by ENEA, and T-Schools means transferring energy efficiency in the Mediterranean schools. It is a project funded by the Interreg Mediterranean program. This program, as you know, aims at developing an integrated strategy for Mediterranean countries to support the public administrators in energy renovation and of public school buildings. In particular, my colleague Mattia Ricci, that has been working for a long time in the Integrated Energy Solution Laboratory of the Energy Efficiency Department of ENEA in Bologna City, will provide, is from this laboratory that provides technical scientific support for the design of demonstrative and exemplary applications that can be replicated at national level, and and provides also the standardization of energy requalification interventions in the end-use sector. And it is in this frame that Mattia Mattia Ricci will present T-School. As I said, transferring energy efficiency in the Mediterranean schools. Mattia, the floor is yours. Can you, could you kindly unmute him? And provide him the microphone, please.
I wasn't muted, but I believe we are waiting for Mattia Ricci. Is it? Could you try to?
Yes, he is telling us
unmute,
that
Mattia Ricci, please.
that his microphone is still off. Okay, it should be now. Alicia, could you unmute him, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you, Anna, for the introduction. Now I'm going to share my screen. Could you see the first slide of the presentation now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you, Anna, for the introduction. I'm Mattia Ricci, I'm a researcher of the ENEA, National Agency for Energy, New Technologies and Sustainable Economic Development. And today I'm going to present you the T-School project. T-School is, of course, an acronym that stands for Transferring Energy Efficiency in Mediterranean Schools. And the project aims to develop an integrated strategy for Mediterranean countries that supports public administrations in energy renovation of public schools, in particular in public school buildings. The project consortium is made up of 11 partners from 7 different countries, and ENEA is the project coordinator. The main output of these projects have been a tool that can be freely available, used at the web link that you can see in the slide, so www.improveschool.enea.it. And this tool is a pre-audit web tool that has been tested and validated in 3 schools of the 7 partner regions. But as well as the tool, the other main output of the project has been an e-learning course that have been developed and that can be freely used by means of the link that you can see in the slide. Furthermore, policy recommendations have been issued to remove the identified barriers for full exploitation of the energy efficiency potential of public buildings. Talking about the web tool, as I told before, the web tool is one of the main outcomes of the project. This web tool is a simplified pre-audit energy tool that allows school building stakeholders to evaluate the energy profile of the building and to assess the energy savings that are achievable by the renovation activities that can be performed on the building itself. It is important to underline that the tool is not a design tool. Of course, the design of renovation activities must be entrusted to professionals, so engineers and architects, energy experts, and so on, chosen by the building owner, of course. The tool, however, gives the possibility to evaluate if it is the case or not to proceed with a deepened energy audit, and it allows to evaluate what is the intervention that can give the greatest economical and energy savings. Here we can see briefly what are the modules of the tool. So there is an energy profile module that basically is able to assess the energy profile demand of the building. Then there is a renovation option module. This module is intended for implementing the improvements in terms of energy demand of the building, of course, and it is able to assess the savings in terms of CO2 emissions and energy for each intervention that is implemented. Finally, there is an economic module that can give an evaluation of the main economic indicators of the investment, so the NPV, net present value, TIR, return time, and so on. By means of this module, the user is also allowed to download an Excel sheet with all the information that have been implemented. The first module is the energy profile module, and the user that can really be anyone who is interested in the energy demand of the school building. So the tool is not intended to professional. There is no need for a specific technical background, but is really intended to be used by a general user. So here the user is asked to put as inputs, to give as inputs the school details, the consumptions, the energy consumption, of course, over 3 years, volumes and surfaces of the building, operating time factor of the building, and the geographical location is taken into account synthetically by means of operating degree days. Then the renovation option module allows the user to implement some energy improvements, let's say. For example, it is possible to change the glazing, the roof, walls, the basement, but it is possible also to modify not only architectural elements, but also the technical systems, so the heat generator and the lights. The energy savings is given, of course, as a total, as a sum of the interventions that have been implemented, but the tool allows also to visualize the energy savings for each single intervention. So the user can see the contribution of each single intervention to the total energy saving. So finally, after the renovation option module, the user can see the results in terms of total energy saved, CO2 equivalent saved, and the same data also for the electrical part, so electric energy saved and CO2 equivalent saved. The last module that is available is the economic module, where the user can see what are the profitability indicators in terms of NPV, internal rate of return of the investment, net present value over investment, and so on. Finally, in the same website where the tool is available, there is also a collection of best practices from the different countries that took part to the project. These best practices regard the school buildings that have been analyzed during the project for the different countries. Finally, as I told at the beginning of the presentation, the second main output of the T-School project is also the e-learning course. The 13 modules of the course are reported in this slide, and this e-learning course is freely available by anyone who is interested in this thematic, in these topics. Thank you for inviting me and for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. So I will give the floor to the second study case study with Mohamed Mosleh from RSS NERC, Jordan.
May I introduce?
Yes, sure, Anna.
Yeah, thank you. So T-School was the first presentation. Sorry, just to share a little bit. Just to show something. What was it? I don't know where it is. Anyway, I wanted to say that Mattia Ricci had to leave for another presentation, another call at the meeting. He can provide possible answers to your question through us, through Rui, Claudia, and myself later on. And I am pleased to introduce Mr. Mohamed Mosleh from the Royal Scientific Society and National Energy Research Center from Jordan. This organization was established in Amman for the purpose of research, development, training in the fields of new renewable energy, and to raise the standards of energy use in different sectors, and to promote the use of renewable energy efficiency and energy sources and conservative practices in Jordan as well as in the Middle East country. RSS NERC is strongly involved in projects within all these EU programs, and it deals with the development of new energy efficiency technology and techniques. Mr. Mosleh is a senior energy engineer, and within meetMED is a project coordinator of a case study that he will present, a case study on promoting energy efficiency technologies in public buildings, such as Iskan Faya School. I hope I pronounced it fine. That is a public school in Madaba. Yes. And this also among the action included in a project called Sole. It means sun in Italian. Welcome. SOLE. That is a project funded by the NI, the neighboring program in the Mediterranean area. Mr. Mosleh, thanks for coming, for intervening, and the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna and Alicia, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with you all here today. In a few minutes, I'll present. I'll present the most recent pilot project implemented by NERC as a case study of promoting energy efficient technologies in public buildings, which is related directly to the technical work group 2, building renovation. Here is a general overview on the case study. Iskan Al-Fayha Primary Mixed School is a public school located in Madaba, which is around 33 kilometers on the southwest of the capital, Amman. This pilot project has been implemented as one of SOL project actions, where SOL project is an EU-funded project under the ENI CBC MED platform. The project started on September last year and completed within 5 months with a total budget of 250,000 euros. Here is the main goals of the case study, where it actually aims to enhance the education environment, provide classrooms with the required space heating and cooling for different seasons, in addition to reduce the energy consumption for public schools, as well as to support the students and the community to use clean energy, and finally to disseminate this concept of energy and water management among the community. Here is a picture describes the situation before starting the implementation of the project and how uncomfortable it was actually as educational environment for students, especially in cold weather. As you can see, the project has been implemented through 3 stages actually, where the first stage was to conduct an energy audit in order to assess all energy efficiency and renewable energy potentials while designing the required HVAC and PV systems capacities, and of course conducting the required economic analysis and feasibility studies. While stage 2 could be concluded by selecting the most appropriate energy efficiency and renewable energy measures, then starting with the bidding and tendering process, since the final stage was carried out by local contractors in the time which we had to supervise their work. Here's the main figures on the school. The total area of the school is around 3,000 meters square with a total number of 41 rooms, and there's about 725 students attending this school on a daily basis. Now, concerning the main consumers in the school, it was found that the school consumption depends mainly on the electric energy, which was about 30 megawatts hour. That's equivalent to 3,000 GOD, with an average electricity tariff of 0.1 GOD per kilowatt hour. Also, the total connected load is distributed mainly between lighting system and another electric equipment with a proportion of 40% and 60% respectively. Now, after conducting the energy audit, we have selected the following EE and RE measures, whereas the first EE measure was to retrofit all lighting, all conventional, let's say, lighting units, such as you can see in the table, fluorescent, CFL, and metal halide lamps with efficient LED units. And this EE measure only will save about 1,500 GOD annually. The second EE measure, which is related to the building envelope, was installing thermal insulation for external walls and rooftops, in addition to install double glazed windows, as you can see in the table. Here's an image, shows the different layers of the wall after the insulation process. The final EE measures was to install inverter AC air conditioning system for all rooms in the school, noting that all the savings achieved by the already mentioned measures was taken into consideration during the designing phase, and the expected annual consumption is about 100,000 kilowatt hour per year. Now let's skip to the renewable energy systems. The first potential, or the first measure we installed, is a domestic solar hot water system with a capacity of 1,400 liters per day and the type of glazed flat plate collector. The second one was to install a photovoltaic system with a capacity of 84 kilowatts peak in order to in order to cover the new energy consumption for the school, which is about 113 megawatt hour, as you can see in the chart with the red column, while the PV generation for the first year will reach about 130 megawatt hour, which means, taking into consideration the PV degradation, the system will be able to cover totally the energy consumption for school until the 14th year. Here's a SketchUp 3D schematic for the photovoltaic system installed on the rooftop of the school. And of course, as a result, all savings accomplished by conducting the previous mentioned measures will contribute to decrease the carbon emissions by about 84 tons annually. Here's a couple of photos showing the installation process before, during, and after the implementation. Another photos represent the different measures or different systems installed in the school, such as PV panels, lighting, AC system, and the solar hot domestic system. And finally, I'm glad to say that we as RSS NERC have received the Energy Globe Award for 2021 as from the Austrian Embassy as a result of implementing the public schools heating project, where this project almost have the same methodology and goals of our case study here, but on a larger scale, since it targeted about 200 schools distributed all around the kingdom. Thanks for your listening, and nice to meet you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohamed. I give back the floor to Claudia to introduce or to Anna Salama to conclude on this building renovation working group.
Well, I don't know if Anna wants to say something, but I can move forward. Okay. So thank you all the presenters for their great presentations, and congratulations for the award. We will now move to the working group 3 on buildings labeling and expert training. I will share quickly my screen. I think you can already see it. And in this working group, we will be discussing the promotion of buildings labeling according to their energy efficiency levels. The idea is also to go through the training of experts according to the methodology that will be discussed, and also mapping the good practices among different countries. Again, we did this questionnaire before this session, and as main topics for discussion, we had as a result the setting up of databases to support energy performance certificate schemes and best practices, and setting up building energy performance schemes across countries. With no further ado, I will present we will have 2 case studies on this topic. So the first one will be presented by Mr. Ryan Mortada about the GrassMed Green Bock. He's the GrassMed Green Bock product manager at ALMI, the Lebanese Association for Energy Saving and for Environment. ALMI is a politically independent non-profit association committed to better manage projects and technologies linked to energy and to the environment all across the Mediterranean basin and worldwide. ALMI has worked with local, regional, and international partners to elaborate more sustainable policies and practices related to energy and environment. Today, Mr. Ryan will present an overview of the Lebanese experience on GrassMed, a green building certification label, and Green Book, the regional platform for green building labeling and online courses. I believe Mr. Ryan is physically in the room, so I will ask him to start his presentation. Thank you.
Yes, he's with us.
Hello, I'm Ryan Mortada from ALME. C'est l'association libanaise pour la maîtrise de l'énergie et de l'environnement. Today I will be presenting GrassMed, Green Book GrassMed, which is an online platform for massive online open courses and also a green building certification. So, GrassMed, GRASS stands for Green Recovery and Sustainable Solutions. It's a green label that has been entirely designed by South Mediterranean countries for South Mediterranean countries. It aspires to mitigate the negative impacts of buildings on the environment, including CO2 emissions, intensive energy consumptions, and water consumption. It aims to provide our next generations with the opportunity to live in healthier, durable, environmentally friendly buildings. So, GrassMed is totally free and voluntary. It's non-profit. Its main goals is to raise awareness on energy transition and share knowledge and capacity building. It is intending for residential and tertiary sectors as well. It is intended for existing buildings as well as new buildings. The label has been fully developed for Lebanon during meetMED 1, and it is based on the thermal standard for buildings for Lebanon, TSBL, that has been developed by the ALME in collaboration with ADEM. So, GrassMed is in development for South Mediterranean countries of Medener as part of World Package 3. So, GrassMed consists of 4 major categories of indicators, which are envelope, which is the most important one, energy system design and equipment. We have water management and indoor environment that also encompasses air quality, and we have also the green sites. So it's a rating system that has 4 levels, and as you can see, it's based on, levels are based on a percentage of maximum points that can be achieved. Here we have an example of the residential building criteria. We can see that the envelope weights way more than the green sites, and each category has its own weight in achieving points toward the label. Here we have one little example of a criteria where we can see how it's calculated based on some references. Those references come mostly from the thermal standard when it is stipulated there, or it is defined by GRAS in the documentation of the GRAS certification. This point will be important later because we will want to adapt this label and make it a regional label for that will be available for other countries. So here are, for example, the total points, which is 500. And this brings us to why GRASMED. So the need for GRASMED has arisen from the incompatibility of international labels to the reality of the local markets in the southern Mediterranean countries. Most of the times they have been developed with the knowledge and the market's efficiency, energy efficiency and renewable energy industries and markets from Western countries, and their standards are often hardly attainable. Also, their certification processes can be a bit hectic, and the fees can be a bit daunting for applicants. So GRASMED was tailored from the reality of the local green building markets, and it's intended to evolve alongside those markets. We believe it can have an impact on those markets. So the platform offers a set of useful tools for construction professionals and students alike, allowing them to test their design while taking into consideration national building codes and or labels for each participating country. This is what I was talking about. The certification is based on a thermal standard that is for Lebanon currently. However, it can be adapted to local labels and thermal standards. So we have obviously noted that the lack of a regulatory framework and financial schemes supporting energy efficiency measures in the South Mediterranean countries, or their lack of implementation, can hinder any labeling efforts. So ALME has a few actions in Lebanon. We, for the top-down approach, we are currently working on the development of regulatory and fiscal instruments for green buildings. It is in collaboration with LGBC, the Lebanon Green Building Council, and CISRO UNDP. And one of the outputs of this project will be, hopefully, a draft law that will be submitted to the parliament. We have very important elections later this year in May, and hopefully we will be able later to present this law. We also have the bottom-up approach that we think is very interesting in Lebanon. So we will see that with the municipality case of Ba'lin. So we think that the local authorities play an important strategic role in energy efficiency for buildings. We can see, we know that the municipality of Ba'lin achieved great things. Actually, ALME had a very small part in it. It was in synergy with the CSMED project. And so Ba'lin, what Ba'lin did, it was signed the convention of mayors, and they decided to work on enforcing energy efficiency measures on their territory. So we think this has the best chance to bring people together, to mobilize the social tissue and the economic actors together toward the energy issue. So the local authorities can be important on many aspects. It has the power to regulate and give incentives for energy efficiency in buildings at the local level. Thermal insulation, improving envelope quality, solar heaters, efficient lighting. This is all possible at a local level. They can develop local policies and action plans, and they can raise awareness and build and participate in capacity building with the assistance of the civil society. So, as we said earlier, they have engaged in the Covenant of Mayors through meetMED, and they have. We have participated with them to the capacity building, as they used, in collaboration with the Lebanese University, Alme, and also CNAM students, they used GrassMed as a tool to educate their engineers and students. So they were able to build the capacity of actors like engineers, municipal agents, and as I said earlier, it was with the collaboration of Lebanese University and Alme, and it was extended thanks to European funds, the SUDEP, to a federation of municipality. We also participated in this larger capacity building. So these are two examples of what the Ba'lin municipality was able to do. There are decrees that stated that for people that build according to green building norms, these persons got reductions, exemption of on water charges in the city. The second one is also a smaller water charge reduction over people who used solar water heaters. This is a few pictures of the certificates that were given during the formation of assessors for GrassMed in the municipality. So now to move on to to the future of GrassMed. GrassMed was developed during meetMED 1. In meetMED 2, we are going to revamp completely into a larger platform that is called Green Book Platform, GrassMed Green Book Platform. As said earlier, it is free to use. It will be open to all, and it will be online. It will connect the agencies with the professionals, the educators, and assessors. We will have a real educational path that will accompany interested students or professionals in their sustainability journey. We will help them to become assessors and share best practices and knowledge. So it will be also possible to register to GRASS project online and to have them certified or pre-certified. I will come to that later. So the GrassMed Green Book, as said, is an e-learning platform. It will give a provisional certification and labeling that can be conducted online by the user. We wanted to really remove all the barriers possible, so it's accessible and free to use. Certification and final labeling will also be free, of course, but it will have to be run online, but through an assessor and a certified assessor that would have to undergo training online and in the physical. So the certification and labeling is available for 4,000 Mediterranean countries. We will aim at disseminating to a general public the knowledge on the challenges we face to sustainable building. We will strengthen the skills of professionals in the building and real estate sector. We will train engineer students, and we also create a space for exchange for institutional and professional players. So the objectives are to contribute to the implementation of the energy transition policies of the Southern Mediterranean countries. We will promote the construction of sustainable buildings in the South Mediterranean countries and encourage the penetration and development of green materials, equipment and technology. We will promote energy efficiency in new and existing social and standing building. We will use regional label as a vehicle for awareness, communication and exchange of expertise. We will want to anticipate the evolution of the markets and maybe push the enforced regulations a bit further. So, as I said, we will disseminate energy efficiency and renewable energy advanced solutions. We will provide assistance in construction of green building. We will diffuse typical concepts that are adapted to climate zones and buildings like school, offices, residential, and so on. We will also develop skills, technical guidelines, technical assistance, and make the best choice of help making the best choice of materials. We will also, we think that this regional green building certification, the GRASMED that will be available on this platform, can serve as a verification or validation of existing energy building performance and environment qualities. We can talk about it a bit later. I see you nodding your head. So, I think we can move on to the later course of action. So we will start by creating a GRASMED Green Book platform. Then we will proceed to the implementation of GRASMED Green Book platform. So these are the steps that will be undertaken during the next years. The first step is the creation of the regional network building expert, as agreed during our previous meetings. You will get shortly after the meetMED week, directly after the meetMED weeks, a mail from us in order to start working on this topic. All the concerned countries will. And we can also start, set a date to start elaborating and adapting the chart of the platform. Later we will have to, these two phases are sometimes running in parallel. And we have the implementation of the GRASMED platform that will require us to meet and assess what green building rating systems are available in each countries, what are their specificities, and what we can learn from each others. We will do the benchmarks for the existing grants and subsidies and source of financing for each country. Thank you for your time. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Claudia, I'll let you introduce meetMED again.
Okay, thank you again for Mr. Mortada for your presentation. So I will take the opportunity to present meetMED Tricky. That it was not I was not available to do it before. So Mr. meetMED Tricky is a building energy efficiency expert at ANMI, the Tunisian National Agency of Energy Conservation. And today, Mr. Tricky will be presenting the ECOBAT, the Tunisian building label. So, Mr. Tricky, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonjour. Donc, ma deuxième présentation va porter sur le label ECOBAT. Donc, on a commencé par la présentation de la réglementation thermique. Donc, on a tous les aspects obligatoires. Nous avons un deuxième niveau, c'est l'audit énergétique sur le plan. Donc, il s'agit d'un audit réalisé pour les bâtiments en cours de construction ou de rénovation ou d'extension. Donc, on trouve là-bas l'aspect volontaire ainsi que l'aspect obligatoire. Un autre palier, c'est le label ECOBAT. Donc, il s'agit d'un label dans la mise en place, la participation est volontaire. Donc, l'objectif par un tel label, l'anticipation de l'équipement thermique en Tunisie, le renforcement du dispositif de l'équipement thermique, l'anticipation de l'évolution des performances énergétiques des équipements, systèmes utilisés dans les bâtiments, ainsi que la sensibilisation, la promotion des énergies renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique en utilisant ECOBAT comme un vecteur de sensibilisation. Donc, les bâtiments concernés par ces labels sont les bâtiments à usage résidentiel collectif existants en œuvre, les bâtiments à usage tertiaire, à savoir les bâtiments à usage de bureaux, santé ou d'hôtellerie existants en œuvre. Donc, à travers les labels, nous avons divers cibles et indicateurs.
Pardon de vous couper. On ne voit pas défiler vos slides. Est-ce que c'est possible de le mettre en diaporama et de voir à quel slide on en est? Parce qu'on est encore dans la page de présentation.
Ok, je vais quitter le partage, je vais le faire une autre fois.
Parfait, merci.
Est-ce que c'est visible pour vous maintenant?
Oui, c'est pas en plein écran, mais ça va.
Ok.
Ah, parfait. Parfait.
C'est bon maintenant?
Oui.
Ok. Donc, à travers le label, nous avons des cibles et des indicateurs. Donc, il dépend essentiellement de trois principaux paramètres. C'est l'usage des bâtiments, à savoir le type, le profil d'usage des bâtiments résidentiels ou tertiaires, la composante du bâtiment telle que l'enveloppe et les équipements, les composantes du bâtiment telles que les équipements et l'enveloppe, et l'exploitation, à savoir les profils d'exploitation, ressources, d'énergie, eau et déchets. Donc, les cibles et les indicateurs correspondants ont été diversifiés tout en restant dans une dominance énergétique. Les labels couvrent en plus des aspects énergétiques des aspects liés à l'environnement, tels que la gestion des eaux et des déchets. Donc, les trois cibles des labels sont l'enveloppe du bâtiment, les équipements techniques et la gestion des ressources. Donc, les indicateurs sont présentés par les tableaux suivants. Nous avons la cible enveloppe, nous avons trois indicateurs, à savoir les besoins liés au confort thermique, la conception architecturale et les matériaux de construction et l'accompagnement par l'expert auditeur sur plan. Donc, on trouve 8 critères pour ces indicateurs, à savoir la classe énergétique, la capacité, le taux de bâtiment, le taux global des vitrines, le taux relatif, l'utilisation des matériaux locaux, l'énergie spécifique de production des matériaux utilisés, la conductivité thermique, les matériaux utilisés, l'énergie thermique et l'assistance et suivi du projet par un expert auditeur. Donc, pour la cible équipement, nous avons 8 indicateurs. Le chauffage des ambiances, le refroidissement, la production d'eau chaude sanitaire, la ventilation des espaces, l'éclairage des espaces, la gestion du comptage de l'énergie, l'intégration des énergies renouvelables et l'économie d'eau, dont on trouve 19 critères pour ces 8 indicateurs. La troisième cible, c'est la gestion des ressources. On trouve 4 indicateurs et 8 critères, à savoir la comptabilité et cadastre d'énergie d'eau, la gestion des eaux et des déchets, la sensibilisation la sensibilisation énergie aux déchets et la gestion par locataire aux tierces parties du bâtiment dont on trouve 8 critères. Pour chaque critère, il y a des notations et l'évaluation, ça sera faite sur le guide de notation. Donc, le label est attribué en fonction d'un score global qu'obtient le bâtiment à labelliser pour l'ensemble des cibles. L'évaluation des degrés de satisfaction des bâtiments à labelliser aux cibles s'effectue selon un référentiel de notation détaillée. Le score maximum possible est comme suit. Pour les bâtiments résidentiels collectifs, on voit la répartition 60 points pour l'enveloppe, 46 points pour les équipements techniques et 8 points pour la gestion des ressources, avec un total de 114. De même pour les bâtiments à usage des bureaux ou santé et hôtellerie, on voit la répartition et la masse de notation par cible. Donc, ici, on va voir le poids de chaque cible. Par exemple, pour les bâtiments à usage du bureau, nous avons la cible enveloppe représente 48% de la notation, la cible équipement représente 46% de la notation totale et 6% pour la gestion des ressources. Comme vous savez, donc c'est une spécificité d'un bâtiment à usage de bureau. Pour les résidentiels, la répartition est différente, ainsi de suite pour les hôtels et les bâtiments de santé. Donc, l'attribution de label nécessite l'obtention du bâtiment à labelliser d'un score minimum représentant le seuil d'accès au label. L'accès au label a été étudié de manière à ne pas défavoriser les bâtiments existants ayant des difficultés à satisfaire la cible enveloppe du bâtiment. Le système de labellisation est retenu les suivants. Pour les bâtiments neufs, nous avons 3 niveaux de label. Le bâtiment pourra avoir un label Ecobat argent, or, platine. Donc, si la notation représente entre 30 et 40% du score global possible, donc il s'agit d'un label argent. Si entre 41 et 70%, il s'agit d'un label plat. Or, si elle dépasse les 70%, donc il s'agit d'un label platine. De même pour les bâtiments à usage existants, mais avec des taux moins sévères. Donc, ça sera entre 20 et 30% pour l'argent, jusqu'à, s'il dépasse 50%, il s'agit de la platine, label Ecobat platine. Donc, pour les bâtiments à usage mixte, chaque partie du bâtiment pourra être traitée séparément en fonction de l'usage. Même aussi, il y a la possibilité de labelliser un bâtiment mixte partiellement pour un compartiment du bâtiment. Donc, ici, vous voyez la charte graphique des labels qui a été bien mise en place. Donc, nous avons label, argent, or, platine. Donc, merci pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Claudia or Rui, would you like to conclude this working group?
Well, thank you, Mr. Tricky, for your presentation. I will now pass the word to my colleague Anna Salama to present the final working group, the working group 4 for financing. Anna needs to have her microphone unmuted, please.
Anna Salama is here. Next working group.
Voilà, je suis là. Vous m'entendez?
Oui, ça y est.
Oui, ça y est, merci. Donc, je vais essayer maintenant de vous montrer la présentation entière. Donc, on a déjà vu tout ça. Donc, on passe à cette... sorry. Now we are at the... Now that's the moment of the technical working group number 4 on financing. Here also you can see the wide range of purposes that we had in mind, and the purposes goes to the discussion.
Sorry to disturb. We will see your screen, but indeed there is not the presentation. It's your office.
God. My God. Sorry. Can you see something now?
Yes. You can put it on full screen and it will be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so starting all over again, but quickly, the Financing Technical Working Group was aimed to cover all the topics that you see in bullets here, the current sources of financing for infrastructure and real estate investments, and the financing of intervention for consumers in economic constraints that is very linked to the following bullet related to exemption and alleviation systems for socioeconomic aspects, and about impact on consumptions on the energy market. The other, let's say, bunch of topics very interesting for our colleagues included the procedures for financial institutions for investments in energy efficiency, and strictly linked to this topic, either the alignment between technical requirements for the feasibility of interventions and as well as the bankability procedure, as well as the risk analysis in the evaluation of proposal of investments in energy efficiency. The investigation, can you see it all entirely? Okay, can you see it all? Well, the investigation provided us show a great interest, as you can see from in the risk analysis topic and the connected discussion on alignments between financial institution procedures and technical requirements, as well as procedures for financial, as I said, strictly linked the internal procedure for financial institution. Another topic of interest, great interest, was financing energy efficiency at consumers in economic constraints level. And the other topic, as said before, will not be disregarded at all during the project. So, well, no? From time to time there is some...
Yes.
Voilà. Donc, this happens when I apply the white screen. Anyway, as for this technical working group, the case study number 1 will refer to energy performance contracts. That is among the financing opportunities and challenges from the Hellenic point of view. Aristotelis Botsios, Valaskakis is from CRES, the colleagues from Greece that deal with renewable energy sources and savings. That is, CRES is actually the Hellenic coordinator the National Coordinator Center for RES, for rational use of energy and energy saving system. As for him, Aristotelis, that is a long-standing collaborators of us in all this project, is a senior expert working in the division of development programs in CRES. I think the content of his presentation refers to the activity 3.1.2 that provides technical assistance to the national energy agencies in Tunisia, UNMED, that we know well, and to PEC, the Palestine Energy Center, for the implementation of a pilot and a demonstration energy efficiency project through an energy performance contract in each of these countries. So if with you it's okay, I would then move, please do unmute Aristotelis' microphone, please, and leave him the floor. Thank you.
He's here. Aristotelis, are you here?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
In the back.
Thank you, Anna, for this introduction, and good afternoon from Athens. Let me just share my screen.
Yes. Could you put it on full screen?
It's already on full screen. Let me try. It's already on full screen.
Normally it's down on the right.
I can see it full screen.
Up. Maybe up.
Let me try something else.
F1?
F1?
F5. You can try F5 also on your computer, maybe.
Now?
Well, it's okay. No, fine. It's not okay, but you please continue like that. So.
Let me just give it one last try. No. You still cannot see it full screen, correct?
Yeah, it's not full screen yet.
Okay, I'll start it anyways because it's not that important.
You shall duplicate the slides to see the full screen.
Yes, maybe.
No?
No, not even now. Wait.
Well, let's continue, it's fine.
Just try one last time. No, not even now. No, I'll start anyways. As Anna mentioned, I would be presenting activity 312 of the meetMED 2 project, whose aim is to provide technical assistance for the implementation of 2 demonstration projects in Tunisia and Palestine with energy performance contracts. And as Agath Lacombe mentioned in her introductory speech, what we have already done is we have elaborated audiovisual training materials. So these consist of narrated PowerPoint presentations, which have been uploaded onto the meetMED 2 website. And these were uploaded by the end of last year. And as the meetMED 2 project does not finance the implementation of the project, of the demonstration projects, our main challenge will be to find suitable sites for these demonstration projects which have energy efficiency potential and, more importantly, have a source of financing other than the meetMED project, which, as I mentioned, there is no such possibility. And this we aim to finish by the summer of this year. So by the end of the summer, we should have located and the two demonstration sites, one in Tunisia and one in Palestine. And by the end of the year, we will elaborate the necessary energy audits at both of these sites. And by summer of next year, we hope to have concluded the selection of the contractor. If it's a public building, it will be via a call for tenders. If it's a private project, project in the private sector, then it will be via an invitation to possible contractors, thereby hoping to have the project implemented by the end of the year, and so have at least, let's say, 4 months of monitoring results from its operation by the end of the meetMED 2 project. And just to give you a very quick reminder, what energy performance contracting is, it's a contractual arrangement in which an energy service provider, or an ESCO, as it's more commonly known, implements an energy efficiency project. And this project its energy performance is verified and monitored during the whole term of the contract. And its investment is paid for in relation to the guaranteed savings that are promised by the energy service provider. And this is just a very nice, let's say, visualization of the process.
Excuse me, Aristoteles. In fact, we don't see your slides going. We are stuck on the first one.
Let me try a new share. I don't know. Can you see me changing?
It's perfect now.
So this is just a very nice visualization of energy performance contracting, in which we can see how the energy savings, here depicted in yellow, during the duration of the contract, are used to pay back for the investment and the service fees of the energy service provider. One of the main benefits of energy performance contracting is that it is a turnkey service, which means that the client contracts the energy service provider, who undertakes the implementation of the project from its design phase to its operational phase. A second very significant benefit is that energy savings are guaranteed during the duration of the energy performance contract. And if the client is not able to finance the project himself or herself, then there may be a possibility of financing either by the energy service provider and or a third party. And finally, another benefit which is not often mentioned is that energy performance contracting can be a significant aid for energy policy. And why is this? The reason is because energy performance is monitored and verified during the whole duration of the project. And therefore, the impact of the energy efficiency measures can be monitored, and also the impact of energy policy measures can also be monitored. Now, the challenges, the main challenges of energy performance contract. One of the main challenges is the contract itself. Amongst other items, in the contract, there must be a clear and very transparent stipulation of the quality requirements for the implementation of the project, the guaranteed energy savings and their financial benefits, the responsibilities of both the energy service provider and the client, the methodology for the monitoring and the verification of the energy savings, the remuneration procedure for the energy service provider, and also the arbitration procedure in case there is disagreement between the ESCO and the client. Now, in the case in which the client finances the project, then another significant challenge is that the client will definitely demand from the energy service provider securities for the technical risks, meaning what will happen if the energy savings are not achieved, the guaranteed energy savings, and therefore the financial benefit is not what it has been promised, in which case the energy service provider will have to compensate financially the client. Therefore, the ESCO must be able to prove that it has the necessary funds to be able to do this, and this is the reason why the client requests securities, which many times, because many ESCOs are quite small, it's very difficult for them to obtain. In the case in which the client does not finance the project, and the project is financed by the ESCO either with its own funds or via a bank loan, then the ESCO or the bank, in the case of the bank loan, will also request securities from the client for the financial risk. And the financial risk is that the client becomes insolvent. So also, very often, either the client is not able to provide such securities, or he may have such securities, but he prefers to use them for other investments and not for energy efficiency investments, which are very often of a lower priority for him. And lastly, another main challenge is that even if the client is able to finance and the ESCO is able to finance and all the securities are provided, as the energy performance contracts have a long duration, anything between 5 and 15 years, an ESCO can realistically only undertake a limited amount of projects because it soon reaches its credit limits. So, based on our experience in Europe and in many European projects in which we have participated, there are solutions for overcoming these challenges. A technical, let's say, tool for overcoming the solution, the challenge of the contract, more specifically, is the standardization of energy saving measures and of the contract itself. The more standardized and the simpler the contract is, the easier it is to understand for the client and the financial institution which may be financing it, and the greater the trust that there is because of this between the parties involved. Another policy tool this time for overcoming the challenges are grants and subsidies, because grants and subsidies offer alternative sources of financing, which therefore reduce the need to find other forms of financing, either by the client or by the ESCOs. However, even though grants and subsidies do help, sometimes they can be counterproductive. And the reason is that there are cases in which the client has available sources of financing, but because he knows that grants and subsidies will be allocated, he decides to delay his investment and await the grants and the subsidies. I think that a much more powerful policy tool would be the institutionalization of public guarantee funds, and it is towards this direction that many European countries are directing their efforts in order to provide these guarantees for the financial risks I mentioned earlier, which the client is usually not willing to commit. And finally, there are also some market tools. As I mentioned, the last challenge, which concerned the credit limit of the ESCO, a solution would be if the energy service provider could sell its future receivables. And this is usually done using the method of forfeiting, in which the ESCO sells its future receivables from the project to a third party, which could be a fund or it could be another financial institution. Therefore, it receives the money, it's able to pay off its loan and reinvest in another project. And finally, another very useful tool would be the existence of insurance schemes, and this concerns mainly the securities for the technical risks. If the ESCO does not have securities as own funds to back up the technical risks, one solution would be to insure the technical risks with an insurance company. However, at the moment, most insurance companies are reluctant to insure such services, although efforts are being made by many countries and one European project in particular that I'm aware of, the ESI project. So, just to conclude, energy performance contracting and energy services is a market which has significant potential. However, it has seen very limited growth in the European Union, mainly due to the challenges that I described, but which seems to starting to pick up momentum as these challenges are being overcome using the tools that I mentioned earlier. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Anna, would you like to introduce Abdelkader Bakouche, who is here with us, with me, in fact.
Yes, yes. But before introducing him, I would like to ask to Aristoteles to send me and Rui and Claudia, please, his slides so that we can combine the recording and the notes we're taking. Well, thanks. Monsieur Abdelkader Bakouche, bienvenue. On se revoit après quelques temps. Donc, Mr. Abdelkader Bakouche is from ANMA, the Tunisian agency that we have already been presented before. And he is he's an expert in energy efficiency in buildings. He is going to present, let's say, the system of thermal regulations for new buildings in Tunisia, with some reference probably to EcoBat that Mr. Trigger already presented, and under the title of Energy Transition Fund, a financial tool for promoting energy efficiency. Am I right? Is it okay, Mr. Bakouche?
Yes, he's coming.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, Anna, it is right. So, as I am the last speaker, I will try to be fast. So, I know you are tired. So.
Please do. Yes. I don't want to mortify your time, your quality, your presentation, but yes, please do, if you could.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will be great.
Okay. No. Okay, no problem. So, I did the presentation in Arabic languages, so you can see I will speak maybe in French or in Arabic as you want. So, لا لا نحب نشوف غادي. نحب نشوف غادي. بس باش نمشي لغادي راهو. Okay. So, pour mettre en place la politique de l'État dans le domaine de la maîtrise de l'énergie en Tunisie, l'ANME adopte 5 outils, 5 mécanismes. Le premier, c'est le mécanisme institutionnel, le deuxième, c'est le mécanisme réglementaire. Le troisième, c'est le mécanisme de communication. Le mécanisme de privilèges fiscaux, tout ce qui est taxes, privilèges en relation avec les taxes. Et enfin, le mécanisme de financement qui se base essentiellement sur le fonds de transition énergétique, appuyé et complété par des lignes de crédit de nos partenaires internationaux. Donc, dans ma présentation, je vais me focaliser sur la présentation du Fonds de transition énergétique tunisien et surtout toute action d'appui à l'efficacité énergétique. Donc, pour vous donner une image globale du Fonds de transition énergétique, donc, je vais vous présenter les ressources. Donc, les ressources, ils proviennent essentiellement de la taxe sur les produits énergétiques, sur la taxe sur les climatiseurs, sur les moteurs usagés, sur les lampes à faible performance énergétique, les lampes à incandescence, et sur la première immatriculation des voitures. Donc, jusqu'à maintenant, on a environ des ressources depuis la création du Fonds de transition énergétique d'environ 150 millions d'euros. Et nous avons dépensé jusqu'à maintenant à peu près 100 millions d'euros, d'accord, depuis la création du FTE. essentiellement avec l'attribution de primes entre 10 et 70%. Je vais les détailler après, l'attribution de crédit, l'attribution de participation au capital et le financement des programmes nationaux. Pour vous résumer l'impact du Fonds de transition énergétique sur le développement du marché de l'efficacité énergétique et des énergies renouvelables en Tunisie, je peux vous donner juste ces indicateurs-là d'ordre global. Donc, la dépense d'1 dinar de fonds de transition énergétique pour l'appui des actions d'efficacité énergétique en Tunisie permet de générer 5 dinars d'investissement, d'éviter 3 dinars sur la subvention des produits énergétiques et de réduire la facture énergétique de 7 dinars. Concernant les détails des primes attribuées par le FTE dans les programmes d'efficacité énergétique, je vais commencer par la colonne vertébrale de nos programmes d'efficacité énergétique qui est l'audit énergétique obligatoire et périodique et tout ce qui est audit énergétique sur plan et rénovation énergétique des bâtiments et aussi les nouveaux projets pour l'industrie. Donc, comme vous le savez, depuis plus que 30 ans, donc on est en train de gérer tout ce qui est programme d'audit énergétique. Nous avons réalisé jusqu'à maintenant 1700 audits et contrats-programmes. Les primes attribuées dans ce type de projet sont de deux types. Les primes immatérielles avec 30% à l'audit, à la réalisation des audits énergétiques, le rapport d'audit, 70% plafonné à 30 000 dinars pour les audits énergétiques. Pour tout ce qui est études de faisabilité, 70% plafonné aussi à 30 000 dinars. Pour tout ce qui est mesures immatérielles d'accompagnement, c'est 70% plafonné à 70 000 dinars. Pour avoir une idée, $1 est équivalent à 3 dinars tunisiens, c'est-à-dire les primes à l'audit sont de 70% plafonnées à $10 000. Pour les investissements matériels, pour tout ce qui est mise en place de plans d'action, on a une prime de 30% plafonnée à 200 000 dinars. En plus, ce type d'investissement bénéficie d'une opportunité de crédit à travers le fonds de transition énergétique de 400 000 dinars, de 35% plafonné à 400 000 dinars, pour 7 ans de remboursement et 2 ans de grâce. Un cas spécifique d'application de cette prime attribuée par le FTE et le label EcoBat. Donc pour les bâtiments qui veulent réaliser le label EcoBat argent, or ou platine, comme il a été présenté à travers M. Ahmed, donc ils peuvent bénéficier de 70% plafonnés à 30 000 dinars pour les études, 70% plafonnés à 70 000 dinars pour tout ce qui est accompagnement, en plus de 30% plafonnés à 200 000 dinars comme prime matérielle et 400 000 dinars comme crédit. Sinon, le fonds de transition énergétique, il subventionne aussi tout système de gestion de l'énergie avec 40% plafonné à 100 000 dinars et avec la possibilité d'avoir un crédit de 80 000. Et il subventionne les projets pilotes de 50% plafonnés à 200 000 dinars avec une possibilité de crédit de 200 000 dinars. Le fonds de transition énergétique subventionne aussi les programmes spécifiques comme Promo Isol, le programme de promotion de l'isolation des toitures, où on a un objectif d'isoler 65 000 logements. Donc, à travers le FTE, nous donnons une subvention de 8 dinars pour les bâtiments existants et de 6 dinars pour les nouveaux bâtiments, en plus d'un crédit de 2400 dinars, qui est vraiment suffisant pour couvrir tout l'investissement pour isoler le bâtiment en question. Donc, c'est un crédit bonifié FTE, mais c'est un crédit de 2400, oui. Donc, tous les crédits de FTE, ils sortent avec un taux bonifié de 5%. En comparaison avec le taux usuel du marché, le taux est d'environ 10 à 11% en Tunisie. Donc, le FTE subventionne aussi tout ce qui est un système installation de climatisation au gaz et installation de stockage de froid. Donc, avec une prime de 30% plafonnée à 200 000 et un crédit de 200 000 aussi. Il subventionne aussi la réalisation des installations de cogénération et de trigénération. Donc, avec surtout le chapitre 3 spécifique à l'attribution de crédit. Donc, à travers le chapitre 3, une installation de cogénération peut bénéficier d'un crédit de 600 000 dinars, 35% plafonné à 600 000 dinars, plus une prime investissement matériel de 10% plafonné à 200 000 dinars, plus une participation au capital de 60% sans limite. Donc, pour un projet de cogénération, le bénéficiaire, il peut juste compléter environ 8% du coût de l'investissement parce que le crédit déjà de FTE, il est associé à un crédit commercial qui peut être donné aussi à un taux bonifié à travers la ligne AFD-CRF. Juste pour vous donner une idée concernant la cogénération, on est maintenant à environ 150 MW d'installation en cogénération en Tunisie. Donc le programme ProSol, c'est un mécanisme tunisien qui se base sur l'attribution de subventions à travers le FTE, 200 dinars ou 400 dinars selon le stockage du chauffe-eau solaire, plus un crédit qui sera payé à travers la facture d'électricité de la Société tunisienne d'électricité et de gaz et qui permet de boucler le coût, le schéma de financement, c'est-à-dire le coût du chauffe-eau solaire. Ceci a permis jusqu'à maintenant d'installer plus que 1 million de mètres carrés dans le secteur résidentiel en Tunisie. Concernant le chauffage solaire collectif, le Fonds de transition énergétique, il donne une subvention de 30% plafonnée à 250 dinars par mètre carré, en plus d'un crédit de 35% plafonné à 350 dinars pour ce type d'installation. Dernièrement, on a une prime complémentaire, une surprime à travers l'OTE de 250 dinars par mètre carré. Concernant la promotion du photovoltaïque connecté au réseau pour le secteur résidentiel, le FTE donnait avant, jusqu'à le 1er janvier, une subvention entre 1200 et 1500 dinars par kilowatt-crête installé, ce qui a permis vraiment de changer d'échelle côté réalisation. On est fin 2021 à 130 MW installés dans le secteur résidentiel via le programme promo ProSolilec. À partir du 1er janvier, donc, on a réalisé une réforme concernant l'attribution de primes. Le FTE, il va prendre en charge 3% du coût de taux d'intérêt. Il ne va pas donner directement des subventions directement aux installations PV. La nouveauté au niveau du Fonds de transition énergétique, ce sont les programmes nationaux qui ont un impact pour éviter la subvention attribuée aux produits énergétiques surtout et qui ont un impact sur la réduction de factures énergétiques de la collectivité en général. Il y en a 5 programmes nationaux qui ont été validés lors du Conseil ministériel de mai 2018. Essentiellement, le programme national de promotion de la performance énergétique au niveau des réseaux d'éclairage public, avec le remplacement de 450 000 lampes sodium haute pression par des lampes LED. Le programme national d'efficacité énergétique dans les mosquées, le programme Promo LED avec le remplacement de 4 millions de lampes LED, 4 millions de lampes à incandescence par des lampes performantes lampes LED, le ProSol ELEC social et le programme national de communication. Comme première étape, 2022-2023, on va commencer par des projets pilotes qui sont présentés ici, et ça sera en majorité réalisé dans la ville amie de l'environnement qui s'appelle Tozeur au sud tunisien. Donc, pour couvrir tous les types de bénéficiaires du programme de promotion de solaire photovoltaïque et avoir touché tous les ménages. Donc, nous allons mettre en place 2 programmes à partir de 2022. Le premier, c'est ProSol ELEC social pour les ménages qui consomment moins de 1200 kWh par an, et ça va viser 800 000 ménages en Tunisie. Le deuxième, c'est le ProSol économique pour ceux qui consomment entre 1200 et 1800 kWh par an, où on a eu un don de l'ANAMA Facility pour compenser la totalité de tout intérêt. Donc, le ProSol ELEC normal, l'FTE, il prend 3% de taux d'intérêt. Le ProSol ELEC économique, le projet ProSol ELEC économique à travers l'ANAMA Facility et FTE, il prend en charge tout le taux d'intérêt. Et le ProSol social, les installations seront faites gratuitement par le FTE. Donc, pour accompagner ces interventions du FTE et appuyer ces ressources, je vais juste présenter 2-3 slides sur les plus importantes lignes qu'on a à notre disposition pour appuyer le FTE. La première, c'est l'OTE, Objectif Transition Énergétique. C'est un don de 50 millions d'euros à travers l'Union européenne qui permet d'appuyer directement les ressources du FTE et qui donne aussi des appuis complémentaires pour quelques cas de projet. Le deuxième, c'est le programme SAREF, la ligne de crédit SAREF, avec 73 millions d'euros, avec l'appui de l'AFD et de l'Union européenne, et qui permet de donner des crédits de 1 million d'euros pour les projets d'efficacité énergétique et jusqu'à 2 millions d'euros pour les projets d'énergie renouvelable, avec 10 ans pour le remboursement et des 5 ans de grâce, en plus de la subvention de 20%. Le programme ACT, Alliance des communes pour la transition énergétique, Tahalf el-Beladiyat. Donc, dans le cadre du programme ACT, on va réaliser à travers le FTE, avec une subvention de 70%, l'audit énergétique de 350 communes, toutes les municipalités de la Tunisie, et établir des plans d'action. Et on est maintenant en train de mettre en place un mécanisme de financement pour réaliser les plans d'action qui seront identifiés à travers les 350 audits énergétiques. Sinon, le dernier, c'est le programme TIB, برنامج الانتقال الطاقي في المنشآت والمؤسسات العمومية. la transition énergétique dans les établissements publics avec une ligne de crédit du KfW de 50 millions d'euros pour financer les actions ou les projets d'efficacité énergétique et d'énergie renouvelable dans les bâtiments et institutions publiques. On est en phase d'appel à candidature, on a fait une plateforme et un appel à candidature pour les établissements publics. Et à travers des critères d'éligibilité, on va sélectionner des bâtiments publics où on va réaliser des installations photovoltaïques, plus de l'audit et des actions d'efficacité énergétique, totalement à titre gratuit pour ces établissements. Et merci pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bakouche. Anna, are you still here? Vous êtes toujours ici? Claudia? Anna, Rui? I think it's Rui. Okay, perfect. So, who is talking for concluding? Rui. Yes, Rui. Please. Yes, you will have the floor in a few seconds. We just wait some technicians. Yes.
Thank you so much, Alicia, and thank you all for this comprehensive session and presentations. Thank you, Claudia, and thank you, Anna, for moderating these 4 panels, and thank you for all the presenters for bringing us quite good and comprehensive examples of what is happening right now already with concrete examples, and also some ongoing work on other working packages and tasks that will impact all of the target countries. This has been quite of a long session. I will just share my screen in a second to go for the final part. Just give me a second. I believe you might be seeing it now. Well, like I was saying, this has been quite a comprehensive day. This final discussion was intended perhaps to go a little bit into detail of the outcomes of the task activity 2.2, but perhaps we should try to keep it a bit more short, and also to review a couple of messages for COP27. As a reminder on this activity, we have 2 specific deliverables. The task notes, which are basically results from sessions like these ones, where we will gather all the information and present these as reports with summary of session results, with all these case studies, questions and answers, and so. And finally, we will have guidelines at the end of the project that will not only embrace all these examples, but also provide a couple of concrete actions that we will see in a few slides. All of these to come up with relevant policies that can be implemented in 8 countries. In terms of timelines for the timeline for these deliverables and indicators, we will have all our biannual meetings like we see here in the first line, actually, we have postponed this first meetMED week to March. And the idea, of course, is to update this calendar so that we have biannual meetings, meaning that we will have the chance with all the experts from the 8 countries to get together and discuss in details the outcomes of this task. We will have meeting session reports, the ones on the second line, which will be the ones contributing to deliverable 2.2D, meaning the task force notes, and we will have the chance to work with all the experts in between the third line, which will be the preparatory work between sessions. So it's expected that from now and until the next biannual meeting, we have the chance to interact with experts to work on the topics and to start producing guidelines close to the end of this year. That will be the final guidelines that at the end we will be presenting as concrete outcomes of the project. So, like we know, we are organizing 4 working groups. The proposal idea is that we come up with these 4 reports, I would say, which are the working group notes and the outcomes of each of the working group. And the idea is to pick up on all of these and to produce one final report, which will be those guidelines and best practices. But the main idea is actually to come up with concrete policy recommendations to 8 countries. The idea is to have at least one recommendation per country, so one fact sheet or one annex from these guidelines and best practices. Of course, if we have 10 policies, 8 countries, some countries will have the chance to have more than one policy recommended. And that's the focus where we will discuss with experts from now on. Some of the topics we will validate in short term will be the approach, if this methodology work for what deliverables proposed are okay, and fine-tune already them to the final outcome. Also, start thinking on the content for this final report, the mapping of the current status of each country, the best practices, the opportunities and challenges, and we have seen a few within this session, the links with other working packages, the feasibility of implementation of the measures that are proposed, and many other chapters will be included in this final report. But we also want to discuss with experts which are the main policy recommendations that we should come up at the end for each country, and also to discuss a bit the format, the level of detail, and also try to see what are the expectations from the targets of these policy recommendations, meaning the ministries, the governments, the ones that will be receiving these, so that we can adjust actually what we are doing to the expectations of these targets at the end. We were expecting to have a few minutes discussing this approach and perhaps have some of the experts that are attending and participate in the working group saying something. Of course, if that's possible, if someone wants to say a word, feel free to do it. So, nevertheless, for the next steps, we will conclude interactions still with 3 countries so that we have a robust number of experts from all the 8 countries, focus on the topics that were previously identified as a priority, as we have seen from the first presentations from Claudia and Anna, and also use the next meetings for more discussion and exchange among participants. Today was an open meeting. Next meetings will be within activity 2.2, more restricted, more into discussion, so that we can go into the further mapping, identifying the needs, and start developing this first approach for the policies. Also, from these sessions and before, we prepared a couple of COP27 messages. As most of you, I believe, know, COP27 will be happening this year, and the meetMED week is gathering some messages. We prepared at least four messages that we think would be relevant, and of course subject to any comments from the colleagues attending the session. The first one on building codes, a well-established legal framework with building codes, minimum energy performance requirements and standards is essential to support the development of new buildings and renovations. And we have seen some examples from the presentations done today. Also, the development of a set of tools related with labeling of buildings or its system components is essential to promote a positive differentiation and drive better solutions and efficient technologies. This is always also one of the outcomes that we have seen with some cases of good examples of labeling of specifically buildings. Capacitation of professional cities and public authorities on buildings renovation enables the countries to achieve national targets in line with global ones, thanks to behavioral change and governance capacities, among others. As we know, capacitation is indeed, and once again, this was part of at least one of the presentations, which is key actually to increase the outcomes and the expectations and the targets that are identified by each of the countries. And finally, concerning financing, development of a fair and well-balanced financing systems can ensure robust support to both sustainable new buildings and existing ones, as well as they can provide sustainable economic impacts to other benefits. So these four concrete messages are the ones gathered up to now for the session, for this specific session. Of course, we are very welcome to receive any comments from your side on these ones, on the previous slides I have presented. And also I would like to thank you all for attending today's sessions. These are my contacts and contacts from Claudia and Anna. We would very much receive any comments and suggestions from your side, and looking forward to see you very soon. So, Alicia, I pass it on to you, and thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Rui. I think you have said all the closing words. Yes. We can.
And to you as well.
Is there any question here? No, so I think we can close the meeting now.
Can I ask my speakers to send me the slides?
Yes, for sure.
The latest
speakers
version of their slides, please. Bakush, Aristoteles, please. Thank you very much. Because Mattia and Mr. Mosleh had already sent me, but I need them strongly. Thank you very much. Sorry for the request, but I apologize for that, but they are really a treasure for us.
Sure. We will ask all the speakers again their authorization for sharing the slides with all the participants, and I guess it will be also within the outputs of this weeks, and all will be shared on the website. Thank you very much, and we can close the meeting. Thank you. Thank you all. Close.